the world of magic.
Stop the devil. Don't cut off her hand.
Creators do this too late. They move too late.
One of the most frustrating things as a content creator is figuring out and understanding taxes. What are some of the biggest tax mistakes you see creators making once they start making real money?
If done right, there's nothing shady about tax strategy. The tax code is a menu. Most creators just don't know what's on it.
What danger exists for creators when it comes to not setting this stuff up right and organizing things correctly? In today's episode of the Think Media Podcast, we're going to be covering the tax loophole that lets you pay yourself completely tax-free income from your business up to 14 days a year, and it's 100% IRS approved, why most creators are overpaying taxes, and how you can set up your business structure, your business entity to immediately save you thousands of dollars. We're also going to be diving into the wealth building framework that transforms your creator income into lasting assets that make you money while you sleep, and the crucial legal protection every creator needs immediately. Hint, it is not just a business entity. This episode is going to be packed with 15 specific strategies and then a lot of juicy nuggets around that, and structured into 3 parts. We'll lay the foundation, we'll go through a few strategies, and then we will get into legacy, such as long-term planning, long-term vision. And so definitely stick around until the end. And if you're a newer creator, this is going to be valuable information that we wish we had when we started, but especially if you're already earning thousands, tens of thousands, 6 or 7 figures, this episode literally could change your financial life and put thousands and tens of thousands of dollars back in your pocket. My guest today is Jasmine, aka the Creator's Tax Strategist. She's the founder and CEO of Moment Tax Services, which from word of mouth alone turned into a 7-figure firm, and she guides top creators and entrepreneurs through advanced tax strategy, wealth building, and legacy planning. Jasmine, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me, Sean. It's a pleasure.
Well, I'm excited because we have 15 specific tips framed as questions, and you're going to be breaking these down for us. So first, what are some of the biggest tax mistakes you see creators making once they start making real money?
Sure. The first tax mistake is actually related to their financials being the fundamentals of what could then be a tax mistake that's made. And that just simply means that they're not tracking their numbers. There is no expenditure report of income, expenses, and therefore no visibility on revenues and profitability. And so that alone is chaos when you're thinking about what you might then be able to do to save money on taxes. So the first mistake I would say I see frequently is that there are no financials. Not having financials creates an epidemic of not being able to strategize to reduce your taxes, and then therefore not being able to strategize to build wealth because you don't know what numbers you're working with. And so it just creates absolute chaos. I would say the number one issue is not having financials.
And what is the most practical way to solve that? I mean, hire a firm, hire somebody, start getting it set up, like the first couple steps that to remedy the issue.
Yeah, it really depends on the cost analysis for the creator. If they're able to do it themselves, we can have simple tactics in place, like having their bank accounts connected to QuickBooks, where the transactions are feeding in to their QuickBooks account. And those transactions that are feeding in should be feeding in from an entirely separate business bank account. So to simply rectify the situation would be to have a separate business bank account, make sure that you are using that separate business bank account for all of your income and expenses. And then by attaching that separate business bank account to your QuickBooks, you can have all of your transactions in a given year in QuickBooks, and you sort them in the expense categories that they pertain to. And then you have financial statements on the go at any time that you need them. The more closely you maintain that bookkeeping, whether you do it weekly or monthly or quarterly, the more insight you'll have to what's happening in your business in real time. So, there's people that at the end of the year have to scram and hurry up and connect their accounts to QuickBooks to bring everything in at once. And sure, that will give them the numbers that they need to file the tax return, but then not doing it systematically on a routine basis, again, monthly, quarterly, you're not able to use that information for any business insight. So solving it can be as easy as that, and then how you go about that solution, will be determining how effective that solution is for you.
And do you recommend creators use credit cards in any strategic way, and how they set them up and connect them to accounts and QuickBooks or anything like that, or even the fact that credit cards for creators that have large spend can even have points or things like that?
I don't even have a debit card. So I'll start with saying that. Absolutely, I recommend using credit cards in every instance that you can. But you got to know how to use credit cards strategically. And so what I see with creators using credit cards is that they maybe spend more in their creator journey than they should, because it's the concept of it using a credit card. And, everybody says, yeah, use credit cards in your business. Go get credit funding. What are you doing? You have an EIN number. You don't have $100,000 in your bank account from the bank. And while you can get that kind of funding, if you don't have conversion rates of how much you're spending in your business and how much it's bringing you back, you're racking up debt on a credit card that's not good debt. So credit card debt is good debt if it's bringing an ROI. But if you're just using it because you're really excited about this creator journey that you're about to embark on, then no. But to my point here, yes, you always want to be putting every expense that you can on a credit card, and that's personal and business. Just separate it out, have a personal credit card and put everything you can on a personal credit card, and then have a business credit card and put everything you can on a business credit card. Best bet is to be able to pay off that statement balance every month so that you're not incurring interest, but rather gaining the benefits of having points and rewards and building your credit and things like that without the drawbacks of interest.
Yeah, and I would acknowledge for some of our listeners, there's different philosophies, some that have a no credit card philosophy. I'm kind of a neutral character in that we are always pay off the balance 100% and leverage air miles, especially with bigger ad spend as a more sophisticated company, Amex, different levels. But for organization is kind of why I bring that up, because I hear in your first tip is creators are disorganized. They're not organized with their tracking, their bank accounts, their QuickBooks, their receipts, accounting. It's kind of overwhelming, but you got to get organized. Is there any other mistakes before we move on?
Yes. I want to add just real quick to the second part of what you said. In the organization of using a credit card and whatnot in relation to QuickBooks, it's still an easy solution. You put everything on a business credit card. And the things that require ACH payment, sure, you schedule it out of the business checking account, and you have both of those accounts connected to QuickBooks. And properly implemented, those credit card transactions are feeding in, the bank transactions are feeding in. Whenever you're making a payment to pay off the statement balance of that credit card, you should be paying it off from the business checking account. And so in QuickBooks, that outgoing transaction from the business bank account is going to now come back as a second transaction in the form of a payment to the credit card that's also connected. So in one transaction, you're going to see the money going out of the checking account that's connected. In another transaction, you're going to see that payment made to the credit card that's also connected. And therefore, those two things will kind of zero themselves out, if you will. And you have record of the payment and the transactions on the credit card and the payments on the on the debit card. So it's all really seamless if just set up properly, which leads me exactly to the second question you asked. Is there any other common mistake before we move on? Is that creators do this too late. They move too late. By the time they start, it's either the case that we have to go back and pull in years of transactions, like to set up a QuickBooks for them and pull in years worth of transactions for when they were operating as an individual, and there's so many places I could go with this. We have to start off with a QuickBooks to bring in all the transactions for when they were basically improperly structured, and then do that, and then clean them up, get them up to compliance. And then now it's like, hey, you should be structured in a different way because all this cleanup we did, here's the results of you paying too much taxes. Now we have to go and set up this entity structure and kind of redo that whole thing, but for them as an entity as opposed to as an individual. They do all that too late.
So if you're speaking to, because you help 6-figure earning, 7-figure earning creators, but there's a lot of individuals listening to this that are maybe on their way to just starting and they haven't earned any money. But we also have quite a big audience that's earning, a couple $100s a month or a few $1,000s a year, 10, 20, $30,000 a year. They're building this thing up. It's still a side hustle for them. What is too early? Because, if you haven't even posted a video before, you may not need to get QuickBooks, the premium edition, and, set all this stuff up. But then also, what is too late? Is there kind of maybe a creator income, say how much is coming in every month?
Sure. I wouldn't say it's about how much is coming in every month. I would say it's about your intention. If you are going to treat this as a business and not as a hobby, it's never too early to have just a free separate checking account that you transfer money into and then spend whatever you were going to spend in your business out of, because then now you can also track your contributions to this business. So rather than spending out of your personal checking account where you don't know how much you've even invested in this content creation journey you're about to embark on, you just create a separate free checking account and you're going to go buy a $500 whatever, move that $500 from the personal checking account that you would have otherwise spent it out of into that new checking account that's your faux business bank account, and then do your expenditures there. At the end of the year, when you're going to, come to doing taxes, that's like 75 to 85% of the information that you need to even determine if you should report that expenditure journey, income and expenses, if there was any income, or maybe it was only expenses. So now you also know that. That'll help you determine whether this is a hobby on your tax return or whether this is self-employment income on your tax return. That's a huge area of tax law that is gray for creators. Some people are doing it as a hobby, but they're spending money and then they're like, wait, but actually I might be able to make money out of this. And so you got to know what you're spending to then even later be able to identify it as the type of activity that it actually qualifies as legally.
I mean, what you just broke down there, I think could be a life-changing moment for Think Media podcast listeners. And that could be either getting behind the intention you already have and getting serious and setting things up right, or realizing you're at kind of a fork in the road. Are you just dabbling at this? Is this going to be a hobby, or are you going to shift your mindset? There's a great book, I'll link it up at the show notes. It's called Turning Pro, I believe, by Steven Pressfield. And I think it's about, it's like when you decide that this isn't a hobby anymore, even if you lose money in the first year, second year, third year, even if you're still investing, it's about the mindset, the intention that, no, I'm joining this creator economy thing. I'm building an online business. I am not just a content creator. I'm a CEO of my small media company, and I am investing in this, not just my money, not just my time, not just my energy, but I'm setting it up right. This is a massive mindset shift.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And that's why I'm saying, like, the monetary aspect, surely there is definitely a monetary aspect to it. I could give you an answer that, like, if you're, spending, okay, here's a good way to talk about it. The difference between startup expenses and operational expenses for the IRS would be the difference between whether you have earned revenues in your business or not. Okay. Considering that your expenses could then be considered just hobby losses as opposed to self-employment expenses, it would be good for you to be able to track your activity both physically and in expenditures, and track your activity to tie it to the pursuit of income. That's literally what makes the difference between hobby income versus self-employment income, or I should say hobby ventures versus self-employment ventures, is like, what is the intention of that thing that you're doing? And when that income is, or that activity is set up to be income producing and have the option and the capacity to even be income producing, then you can make a much bigger and better case that you're not just doing this for fun and trying to take a loss on your tax return for the money that you're spending. So tied to what you said. It's really about the intention, because the mental intention you have is going to translate to the physical intention. It would be hard for you to make the case that these $10,000 in expenses that you have for cameras and equipment and laptop and this, that, and the other is a business expense if you have no website that might be able to even sell a service, or if you have no brand or anywhere for anybody to go be able to book you. That's a hobby. So it's important to know how you need to position all aspects of what you're doing with your intention in mind.
So two things. Refresh me on what you said there. The difference between startup expenses and what kind of expenses?
Operational, actual business expenses. So startup expenses, and a better way would be startup expenses versus operational. Yeah, because startup expenses, you're not operating yet. So when you go and start up a business, but you haven't earned revenues yet, and revenues could even mean $1. $1 is considered revenue. So when you go engage in activity and you have not earned your first dollar yet, your expenses are going to fall into what is called startup expenses. And defined in IRS definition, startup expenses, you can only deduct on that first year return up to $5,000 into two different categories. And everything else has to be amortized over 180 months, being 15 years. So if I go spend, and I should say those two categories, one of them is like legal consulting, formations, LLCs, and things like that. And then the second is certain areas of just other operational costs, more specific based on what is not considered a startup cost, I should say.
Is that new? So that you're limited in startup expenses. If you can't just invest $50,000 into your YouTube channel in the first year in camera and gear and studios and make no money and write it all off?
I would respectfully correct that to say you're not limited in startup expenses. You're limited in how much of your startup expenses you can take on your first year tax return where there's no revenue. You can go spend $100K setting up a creator business, but you would have to amortize that $100,000 over the next 15 years, as opposed to taking that $100,000 deduction in year one. So if I spent $100,000 and $5,000 of it was on legal, formations, LLCs, this, that, and the other, I could deduct that entire $5,000 portion of it in year one. But if I had spent $20,000 on legal, this, that, and the other, setting up my business, I would only be able to take that $5,000 and then have to amortize and deduct that remaining amount over the course of the next 15 years.
If you are, like many of our listeners, they're working another job, can they write off this side income against their W-2 income? We're talking about the U.S. here.
Absolutely. As long as you are the way that would be writing it off against the W-2 income is that you would be producing a loss on the Schedule C, being the self-employed tax return part of the tax return, right? And creating a loss on that self-employment return, the Schedule C, is what then would offset your W-2 income.
So this is one of those episodes you're going to want to save for later, re-listen to, and take another sip of coffee, because obviously these terms are new for a lot of individuals. But this is the education we all need. And a lot of us don't have the grit and resilience to absorb, but I want to encourage you to have the perseverance, have the resilience to get through this. And I'm also curious, do you think there's a greater crackdown that's not only happening, but might happen in the future? It is interesting in the current administration, it would seem under President Trump that maybe in certain areas you kind of have kind of a crypto mindset, kind of an entrepreneur mindset, kind of a Elon Musk, Doge / regulation mindset on the one hand. But then I also wonder, I've heard that, the FTC is cracking down a little bit more on this space of the influencer space because they're all just catching up to it. So what would you say the level of scrutiny you think this is under? Obviously, our ethic here is to do everything ethically, but as we get through the tips, we're also thinking about, how can we ethically take advantage of tax codes that are legit and really understand them. So I guess the question is, do you think there's a crackdown? Do you think this is going to increase? Do you think there's danger? What danger exists for creators when it comes to not setting this stuff up right and organizing things correctly? Every day you want to start your YouTube channel is another day of missed opportunities and untapped potential. Here's the truth. YouTube reaches more 18 to 49-year-olds than all the cable networks combined. The opportunity is massive, and the Think Media team and I want to help you seize it. I'm excited to announce our YouTube 1K Challenge, a free 5-day event that will give you the exact blueprint to start and grow your YouTube channel in 2025. Whether you're an entrepreneur, business owner, or somebody ready to grow their personal brand, this challenge is your roadmap to success. To register, just go to tube1kchallenge.com. We're going to be doing one training session a day for 5 days, and you're going to learn how to get your first 1,000 subscribers and start earning real income. Insider strategies that make viewers want to click on your videos and keep watching. Multiple different ways to earn money from your YouTube channel, even if you have a small audience, and how to build an authentic personal brand that truly connects with people. But it gets even better. We are giving away prizes every single day of the challenge. You could win professional microphones, lighting kits, and premium content creation software. And during this challenge, you're getting access to the exact training that we offer in our $4,000 coaching program, but you're getting it completely for free, and you can start with just your smartphone. So if you're ready to turn 2025 into your YouTube breakthrough year, go to tube1kchallenge.com to register. That's tube1kchallenge.com, or click the link in the show notes or YouTube description to register for our upcoming challenge.
If done right, there's nothing shady about tax strategy. So the tax code is a menu, and most creators just don't know what's on it. So you can absolutely achieve tax-free income, zero tax liability on your tax return, however we want to consider that, without having any shady business involved. You just have to be knowledgeable of what's on the menu and how you should be in compliance to take advantage of what's on the menu, right? So whether Trump is president or someone else is president, sure, the tax law might change, so the strategies that are available to us to deploy and what the results of those strategies might be will change for the better or worse. But nevertheless, the strategy, if done right, should be a section code pulled from tax law. And so now the challenge becomes, do you know what you need to do? And do you know what you don't know, so you can go seek what you don't know to be able to do the thing that you need to do?
Now, this is a niche question to this exact moment, because I saw this article. The IRS braces for a $500 billion drop in revenue as taxpayers are skipping filings in wake of the DOJ cuts at the agency. So people are wagering that auditors will not examine their accounts and because of what's happening in the IRS. I'm just curious of your take on this article. And apparently, people are like, maybe Elon's or Trump are going to completely eliminate the IRS. Probably not a smart move to bank on some theoretical thing, kind of like, will your college loans be repaid, and you just stop paying them? But I'm just curious your take on this headline.
Sure. I definitely advise everyone to file their taxes. The IRS is not going away. That's that. Now, I do always advise putting your tax return, especially for my S Corporation advisory clients, entrepreneurs and creators. I always advise putting those tax returns on an extension, because based on historical IRS audit data, S Corporation tax returns on an extension are about 1,500% less likely to be audited. And so, I wouldn't say don't file your taxes. You can take some time to file your taxes to reduce your audit risks and things like that. But regardless of how many agents are going to be overseeing compliance and filings in the IRS or not, the entire filing compliance regulation is not going to go away. So there might be less audits. I definitely know that there will be less audits. but I don't think that there is going to be just complete less oversight. So I would definitely still suggest, like, have a tax plan, have a tax strategy. You don't really have to be worried about whether they have more people watching or less people watching, because you know what you're doing based on strategy and real numbers, not guesstimated numbers. So that's how I approach it with my clients. Like, I don't care. I shouldn't say I don't care. I don't mind about someone getting audited, because we're just doing things right in the first place. Does anybody want to deal with an audit? No, it's a headache. You have to go back and forth. They're slow to respond. IRS agents suck. Like, there's so many negative things about the situation, but it wouldn't be a end all be all life deal breaker if it happened, if you're just doing things right the way you should be doing them, regardless of who's president, regardless of what funding they do or don't have.
So we've covered a lot already. We're on number 1 of 15. And so I think we might have a multi-part episode here. And I know for listeners too, I know they want all this information. So I want to give them actually an early heads up that if you're like a little bit overwhelmed, but you just want to know what to do next, Jasmine has the ultimate tax and accounting course for content creators and entrepreneurs. We'll just make sure that that's linked up in the show notes so you can have all the information in one place. And she's also hooked up the Think Media podcast listeners with a promo code. So if you use Think Media 25, you can get a discount if you just want to research that. Ultimately, it'll show you how to save money and it'll put money back in your pocket. One of the juicy tips you just mentioned, I'm curious about that percentage you said again, is S-Corps that file for extensions are how much percent less likely to be audited?
Roughly 1,500% less likely to be audited. I do want to elaborate here about how you should go on an extension, though.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you're tax planning properly throughout the year, by the time you close out the year on December 31st and approach the fourth quarter filing deadline, January 15th, you should already know what your tax bill is, if any. Ideally, you don't have an April 15th tax bill because you did quarterly taxes and you knew what your numbers were every quarter. So when you get to filing your taxes in tax season, you're just reconciling the paperwork together, no surprises. So since that's the case, you've already paid in everything you know you're going to owe for that calendar year. You would incur no penalties or interest by putting your taxes on an extension, because an extension of filing an extension is an extension of time to file. It's not an extension of time to pay. So it's really important that if you're going to make the decision to reduce your audit risk by the average 1,500%, because we know that IRS historical data shows S corporations to be 1,500% less likely to be audited on an extension. You don't want to do that and gain a hypothetical gain at the expense of penalties and interest because you put it on an extension but didn't know how much you owe. And so there's a surprise at the end of it. When you put the tax return on an extension, you should know how much you owe and you should pay that amount with the extension.
Totally understood. And I know for us, we like have always followed an extension. We always pay our quarterly taxes, and we're trying to, have as clean books as possible, and know all those numbers. But to me, and let me know if my thinking's correct, if you are making sure you're making those payments, there is what would be called like the opportunity cost of money. Like, rather than paying the IRS first, or meaning just getting a return, you got to pay your minimum quarterly or whatever. But it is like, I would rather keep spending the money that we have to deploy on business growth and scaling and buy myself more time, let alone, I didn't know that also less likely to be audited. If you're doing things right, there's no fear of being audited. Maybe the hassle is like that. And if you've got the right team, it's not going to hit you. It's going to hit your team mostly. But am I thinking correctly? Like, that's one nice thing is sometimes the mindset of the W-2 worker is like, oh, cool, I made money on my taxes when they get a return, as opposed to like, no, you didn't. You overpaid and they're giving you your money back. If you would have had that money in hand, it could have been invested. It could have been earning you interest. It could have been deployed upon scaling. Am I thinking correctly?
100%. Absolutely. The strategic part about that is that the IRS feels the exact same way you and I do. So deployed correctly, the strategy that we are agreeing on means that we don't give them too little and we don't give them too much, because they also don't want you to be sitting on their money that they could be investing and deploying. So it's important that your quarterly taxes are paid by taking into consideration your financials and your tax plan. Because if it just takes into consideration your financials and your number on your profit and loss statement, now you're not taking into consideration all of the tax strategies that are being deployed that are not bank transaction numbers. Like, we'll talk about this later, but the Augusta strategy, hiring your children strategy, and all of these things might be things that are being done. They should be journal entered into your accounting, but for the sake of this conversation, there are absolutely deductions, credits, things, activities that happen on the tax return that didn't actually happen on the profit and loss statement in the bank feed, right? So when you're paying your quarterly taxes, you should take into consideration your business financials, which will show the profitability of your business. And then alongside that, your physical tax plan that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strategies you're deploying. So those two things in conjunction with each other will tell you exactly by the dollar amount how much taxes you owe for that quarter for the amount of money that you made. You should be able to give them exactly the dollar amount that you owe them. And I always say to clients, if I do my job right for you, when we get to the end of the year, when we're filing your tax return, you should be breaking even. You shouldn't owe them and they shouldn't owe you. And, I give myself a little saving grace. I want to be within $1,000. I want to be within $1,000 of you owing them or them owing you, because as long as you've paid in at least 90% of your tax liability from the prior year, then you don't have penalties and interest for owing the current year that you're filing in, again, as long as the balance that you owe is not more than 90% of what you owed the prior year. Basically, it's saying that you can speculate up to 90% of what you're going to owe. We're going to give you that 10% grace that you might have not been able to kind of correctly forward plan for that adjustment.
I got you. Okay, we're talking about mistakes, and is there any more mistakes that are the biggest mistakes before we move on to number 2?
For the sake of this conversation, we should move on from mistakes.
Yeah, we should move on from mistakes. So number 1 was a few of the biggest mistakes that creators should make, especially once you start making real money. But even if you're just starting, you want to get organized, set things up right. The second question is, what's the real story behind write-offs for creators? What's legit and what's not? I know that a lot of people, even what is a write-off, because some people are like, oh, I write off my camera. The camera was free. And you're like, what? But, see, what is a write-off? And some people, there's jokes all over Instagram where I can write off my shopping spree at Neiman Marcus or Saks Fifth Avenue and other things like that. So what's the real story behind what creators can actually write off?
Sure, absolutely. So small acronym for it I use is reasonable, ordinary, necessary. In order for an expense to be a legitimate tax write-off, you want it to be a reasonable, ordinary, and necessary expense in the pursuit of income. So if you're going to go buy something, is it going to be directly tied to the income that's going to be produced in your business? I will say, while I look like I'm being super critical, is it reasonable, ordinary, and necessary? Most creators leave way too much money on the table by being a little too safe in this area. Not because they're like, oh, I don't want to take the write-off, but because I think the way you were leading this question is that they kind of probably just don't even know what a write-off is. And so it's important for you to understand that a write-off is actually a deduction, which means it's reducing your business income in order to get your business profit so that you know how much your taxable income is in order to pay taxes on it. So a write-off is an expense you incur in your business that should be an expense geared towards earning revenues in your business. And the way you determine what is a write-off is thinking about whether it's reasonable, ordinary, necessary to the pursuit of income in your business. I can elaborate where you want me to on that because I know that's broad.
I want to use examples for listeners of actually how much money this puts back in your pocket. What are the maybe current rough here in the U.S. tax income brackets? I know at the high end, I believe it's 37% if you're maxed out. And then there could be other taxes you're paying if you live in California or wherever you live. But the way I understand it is that if I purchase a camera with my after-tax dollars, well, I've already lost 50 cents on a dollar. So I had to work hard I made a whole dollar. I only have 50 cents left over. Then I got to go buy stuff. And so my spendable income has been reduced in that case. Now, if it's pre-tax dollars and I've got a whole dollar and I go buy $1,000 camera for my company, and then I also think of the fact I'm going to save 37% because Think Media is doing well. We get taxed the highest percent. And I know those numbers change at times. So I sort of think that kind of like having a 37 cents, discount. Am I thinking correctly?
Absolutely. And I think what is really helpful to understand what you just beautifully explained is that there is a difference between marginal tax rates and your effective tax rate. So I'm going to position that and then I'm going to elaborate, which is that, as you said, the difference between spending money on something with before tax money and after tax money comes down to how much money you're left with to work with. Like, did you pay taxes? As you said, are you working with a whole dollar or are you working with 50 cents? So that's absolutely the number one most important part of it, which is why it's important to be strategic with your write-offs. And like almost anything can be a write-off. And while there are lists of, the top 10, 20, 15, how many ever number of common write-offs for a certain industry, anything could actually be a write-off for a different person in a different industry, right? I have, for example, this is just a wild one throwing out there. There was a Supreme Court ruling on this, and it pertains to one of the three niches of creators that I work with most closely. I shared with you were adult media content creators. There is court case precedent that allows plastic surgery in certain areas to be a legitimate tax write-off. And so, would it make sense for an accountant to try to write off that? Probably not. But Supreme Court ruling has verified and set precedent that someone in the adult entertainment industry could. I use that as an example to say literally anything could be a write-off depending on who we're talking about, what the pursuit to income is, which is why reasonable, ordinary, and necessary needs to be tied to your pursuit of income. Reasonable, ordinary, and necessary to what you're doing in your business. So going back to the marginal effective tax rate thing we were talking about, when you spend your money and you are now working with your taxable income, most people will go look at the tax brackets and say, oh, I made X amount of dollars, I'm single, or I'm married. Okay, I fall into this category. I pay 24% taxes. I'm in the 24% tax bracket, so I pay 24% taxes. The U.S. tax system is a progressive tax system, which means that you only pay taxes on the specific dollars that fall into that specific tax bracket. So the first $0 to $10,000 in taxable income is taxed at 10%. $10,001 to X is taxed at next percent, right? Once you average those numbers together from those different brackets, you achieve what's considered your effective tax rate, which is essentially the average dollar amount of tax that you paid. The total tax amount that you paid across your total taxable income gives you that effective tax rate, which is much more indicative of how much tax you actually pay than just looking at a bracket and kind of knowing that you fall into that marginal bracket.
I got it. So that's, it's a range then. So would it be everything 37%? It'd be, in some years, net income was much higher. We're an S Corp, so it's a pass-through entity. And other years it's lower. And if it's like a few $100,000, well, only the top of that would be being hit by the 37% and thus it becomes an effective tax rate. Again, I want to encourage listeners. I want to say, you're the expert. I've personally been studying this stuff for 15 years to even be able to have this conversation, like a little here, a little there. The diligence and persistence to stay in this, I think, is key because eventually you start learning the terms, and your financial education is a big deal for not just how much money you make, but how much money you keep. I would love to hear, clothes is a big one. Creators say, well, I gotta buy clothes for filming, but it gets, there's people with viral Instagram clips like, no, you can't write off your clothes, or just because you have a private jet. I want to say it was Chris Crone, a real estate agent. And I saw a CPA reacting to his video of like, yeah, I got on my jet. I filmed a couple YouTube videos. And she's like, no, you can't. So break that down. Let's talk about some case studies here.
Right. If it sounds too good to be true, it's usually true. So okay. I'll start with that. There are definitely tax gurus out there that really stretch what is considered reasonable, ordinary, and necessary to the pursuit of income. And so to answer that question, I mean, we don't really have to think too hard. There is absolutely IRS court case precedent on it that simply says if you want clothing to be a tax write-off, it needs to be branded with your logo, and then it's a write-off. So there's really no gray area in it. So I'm not sure. Every time I see a clip about like, yes, you can, and no, you can't, yes, you can, and no, you can, and there's fight going back and forth about it. So much of these fights, because they quite literally are like people online debating whether it should or shouldn't be, they can be settled if you just refer back to IRS court case precedent, which seems like the tax guru influencer community is much more favorable of sharing their own understanding of tax law and coining it as what's the next real thing that people didn't know about, maybe because of how good they are in personality of like being able to share that information. But it just goes back to IRS case law and precedent. So if you're unsure about something, you can literally go research case law and you'll know which way you land on the spectrum. And clothing is one of the easiest ones. It just has to be branded.
How about a haircut if I've got a filming day or a blowout?
I safely would say it's not. My position is that it's not. And although I don't know the court case precedent on it now, I'm sure that I could pull one up that I've read in passing that affirms that for me, because I'm otherwise an aggressive person when it comes to, or aggressive tax advisor and strategist when it comes to write-offs and strategies and things like that. So
What are you aggressive in? What areas then?
In what areas? In that you should strategize. Literally where I was going to go with it is to say that you should strategize how a certain thing is going to be a write-off before it happens, and as best as possible tie it into that activity that is a reasonable and ordinary necessary expense or activity to the pursuit of income, as opposed to it just being this willy-nilly thing that happened as a isolated expenditure. And then you're like, oh, let me think about that. That could possibly be a business write-off, right? So I'm aggressive in that because I have an advisory approach to taxes and accounting, which is a proactive approach, not a reactive approach, I would just say we need to talk. And I do this in the consultory discovery advising sessions, which is structure your habits and events and comes and goes and everything that you can in such a way that it could lead it to it being a legal tax write-off, right? Like travel is a big one. You can travel in a certain way where it can actually then be a legal business write-off, as opposed to just traveling and it's not a legal business write-off. And that's a huge one for creators, because they're like, oh, I went to that location and I made content. Going to that location and making content is a tax write-off. My travel, my hotel, my this, that, and the other. And it's like, no, it's not. It's not going to be a write-off just because you got up and went somewhere and recorded content. There should be reasonable, ordinary, and necessary, circumstances that require you to be in that location to record that content. So what I'm saying could definitely be gray areas in it, right? Because for a travel blogger, they're traveling around, and yes, their travel is going to be.
That's their actual niche. That is actually what they do, as opposed to somebody that just wants to take a trip and they film somewhere.
Right.
As opposed to somebody who goes and meets with a strategic collab, thus they have to be there.
Right.
So what do you think about this use case? I plan ahead of time because I see an opportunity. I get invited to Park City, Utah to go snowboarding. Now, as a tech YouTuber, I'm like, okay, well, I have various action cameras I need to test at certain times. And it's ordinary. It's one thing to test it in my yard, no snow, but it's ordinary and necessary to go put it into an environment where it's actually cold, it's actually getting wet, it's actually getting used, it's actually going to get tested. And thus, I go on a couple-day trip with my friend Nick, and as somebody that can be an actor and film in the video, and we got to eat food, and we mark the meals off as 50% for meals. So yes, it is it was a trip that was going to be fun, but I started thinking, wait a minute, this actually could be strategically, essentially repositioned to be travel for the business, to test the camera. I also have then the final footage, which shows this all happened, should one day I need to actually prove that it was ordinary and necessary. As a tech YouTuber, and it might be a hard stretch if you're a makeup guru, if you're like, you don't really need to be in Park City to do makeup videos, but I do need to be in the snow to test an action camera. What do you think about my logic there?
I want to offer you a job as one of the auditors in my office that would be talking to IRS agents when we have to make a case for an expense. Because you nailed every single part of what I would want to hear as an auditor of what would make that expense strategically positioned as a business expense as opposed to an ordinary expense. You started with your sentence by saying that you had the intention of going and doing business, which that's one of the biggest areas that's actually audited for travel expenses is the intention and whether that intention was documented. So I've represented in an audit case where a travel software engineer literally used to travel the world and build softwares for big Fortune 500 companies, and he couldn't clear some of his travel in an audit, not because the auditor didn't believe him that he traveled to that country, but because he literally just didn't have the right documentation to set the intention of where he was going, who he was meeting, what he was doing when he was there. He didn't have a calendar system to document what day he did what, from what hour to what hour. And the beautiful thing about what you just explained and like being able to test and being able to do this, you ended it with saying you are going to have that documented. So you can go back to it if you needed to reference it. And that's a big thing, is having the documentation, again, of your intention before you went, and then being able to tie that back to how it matters. As you said, you're a tech person, so you're testing out 1, 2, 3. And two things about this. One, the IRS is okay with you having fun on a work day, so it's okay that you're going to be skiing. And then two, the average work day number of hours for the IRS is like 4 to 6. And so you don't have to think like, oh, if I travel somewhere for work and I want to legally, ethically, with my morals and values in place, transition this into somehow being positioned as a business travel expense. You can do that without having to spend 13 hours of the day working. You just need to calendar on your, Google Calendar, for example, what time you started, what you did, where you went, who you met with, what the business intention of those hours were. And then when you're done documenting that, great. You're done. Go have fun.
I love Google Calendar as well. My last 10 years of my life, entire history of the company is all actually documented on Google Calendar. You could add the email of the person you worked with, you met with, what meetings were happening. And so I lose scraps of paper and notes in my phone, but Google Calendar becomes this like historic. And all of this, I mean, you're probably overwhelmed by this point in the conversation, but it's all learnable. It becomes systems, routines. We don't rise to the level of our goals. We fall to the level of our systems. These are like systems, habits, routines that just position you really well. I am curious, like, and obviously you're not an IRS agent, so you're just making a speculation or opinion, but if there's court case precedent that an adult media creator could do plastic surgery in some instances, could there be court case or could there be precedent if you're on camera for a living and you wanted to get work done on your face as a content creator? It clearly affects, you talking on camera. But is that something that you think is isolated to the adult media industry in this case? Or if we just play out this, thinking through this a little bit longer?
I don't think it's isolated to the adult media industry at all. I think if we think through it longer and have strategy in place to consider setting the intention of the expense, the validity of the use of the expense, and therefore the return on investment of the expense, I think it's a valid point for any industry. I think what would be important to be able to track, and which is what was done in the court case precedent that was set in the adult media entertainment industry, is that person who appealed the court case was able to show the difference of how much money she made before and after that surgery. Mm-hmm. And so it literally tied it to reasonable, ordinary, necessary in the pursuit of income. And so if you can show the difference between what you made and before, I would be willing to represent that. So yes, while I'm not an IRS agent on the internal side of the IRS, I am an IRS enrolled agent for the people, meaning I represent the client before the IRS as opposed to being the IRS auditing the client.
Yep. Okay, a little bit deeper on this one's fascinating to me. She has talked publicly about this, but Layla Hermosi openly discussed getting plastic surgery, specifically a nose job. And she also mentions getting a brow lift. You'd have to be totally speculating, but do you think she wrote it off?
I think she has enough lawyers to try to.
She does have lawyers, tax organization. She also has enough money that she might not be too worried about whether or not she's going to write that off. I'm just curious from your perspective, again, as a case study that she has publicly shared on YouTube and whatnot.
Sure. I'm going to have a controversial take I'm going to share with you, which is that I mentioned earlier that I am more aggressive than not in taking deductions and this, that, and the other. And, this might catch some scrutiny, but I'm going to go with it. The worst case scenario of taking a deduction that you shouldn't take is the IRS reversing it, as long as we're not talking about criminal actions here. As long as we're talking about something being subjective in nature, and the audit and therefore the reversal of a deduction would be as a result of perception, as a result of, 1, 2, 3 being about the expense valid or not. Again, I can't stress enough, it's not a criminal intention. The worst of it is going to be that the deduction is going to be reversed. And sure, there'll be some interest on the money being due then on the day that it should have been due as part of that year's tax return. So if you're getting audited 3 years later and they're reversing a transaction, sure, that transaction is now going to have interest attached to it. But again, the reason why I said this might have some controversy around it or whatnot is that, first of all, if everything else is done right and you're doing things correctly and staying under the radar, if there is one, there's no reason why you should be getting audited in the first place. And simply having expenses on your tax return isn't going to audit you unless the expenses you have on your tax return don't make sense based on the profitability of what the IRS knows that industry typically reports, which is the NAICS code, right? So for every type of business tax return that is submitted, there is an NAICS code. And so one of the ways the IRS determines who they are going to audit is based on red flags of those, let's say, ratios not lining up on someone's tax return for what would be the normal of a tax return submitted for that industry. So I'm saying this all to kind of bring it back to the thought that if you are comfortable representing an expense and you feel good that the result of it might be that, hey, they're the ultimate decision maker and they might say no, but you know that taking into consideration the audit rate being very low, especially if you're doing things right, and the fact that there's a good chance that that expense is a legitimate write-off, but it's in gray area and it might need to be defended, then go for it. Take it. I would take it. I would say that I would be comfortable representing someone if those two contingencies were there about an expense.
I just know that there's going to be 10% of people that are offended in the comments if they made it this far. But I think what you just said is just so brilliant. What I hear you saying is, okay, number one, you are trying to do everything ethically. There's no criminal intention. Number two, you are comfortable arguing the expense and you work with a professional like yourself. You've done your research. But number three, even if you're like, no, I really do think about it. I actually think it's going to raise my revenue and my reach if I write off my nose job. And to your point, you may never get audited. The reason somebody might get offended is they're like, well, you're manipulating the rules. Well, no, you're not. You're like, no, this is how I would argue for it. I've really thought this through. I've talked to a CPA, I've worked, and you never get audited. There's never an issue. But if you do, you're saying the worst case scenario is it gets reversed. You don't even get a fine. You do pay interest. And if it was 3 years ago and I don't know how much a nose job is, but $10,000, $20,000 or who knows, that could be some significant money. But you're like, look, you just kind of put it out there. And even a fine, I know I've talked to some very high level entrepreneurs where it's not about criminal intention. It's not about, they're just so busy too. They've got their CPAs doing the best. They're doing their best. And they're like, fine, there's a few things they found. There's some other things they found. In some cases, it's in their favor when they get audited. They get money back and
I've seen that.
And so I hope listeners are hearing that, it's the tax code is not about your feelings or just like I feel, but if you've done your due diligence and you're comfortable with arguing for expense, to me, I'm now understanding that's what you kind of mean by aggressive. You're like, I've really thought this through. I've thought about my industry. I've thought about how it affects the income I'm making. It makes sense that if something like that, if you're a model, then quite literally your income could be directed to things. Whereas, if you're a dude who just felt like doing something, it might not change your income at all. It really depends. And so you're just actually thinking through this. And the key is you're understanding the tax code. Am I understanding what you're saying correctly?
Yes, I was saying, yes, you're 100% absolutely correct on that. You got it right. And I want to add to say that every court case precedent that has been set or everything that is law has become law either because it was that to begin with or because a different law was appealed and therefore this was made. So like something now becoming allowed is because somebody challenged it. So they got audited, they did it, they got audited, they challenged it, they appealed the audit, they won, it became case precedent. So to your point, when you started this beautiful explanation that was 100% clear in what I was sharing, you started it off by saying, we're going to catch some scrutiny around this because people are going to say, oh, you're kind of manipulating it. Well, it's not manipulating it, it's being creative. And then when your creativity turns into something that may or may not be debated, if you feel comfortable joining that debate and potentially winning that debate, well, then I guess it wasn't manipulation. It actually became tax law.
Yeah, totally understood. Well, here's what we're going to do. There's going to be a part 2 of this episode. We got through 2 points. And so I want to encourage, it's so fun though. This is, I don't know if if anybody made it this far, they're clearly having a good time as well. And if you're actually watching the YouTube version of this episode, I would love to hear your questions because that's where you're able to comment. Definitely like and share if you've gotten value out of this as well. I also want to point to, before you forget, this is something you really need to invest in and get educated on because it's costing you big time to not know this information. You're leaving money on the table. And if you do want to connect with Jasmine at a deeper level, she does have the Ultimate Tax and Accounting course for content creators and entrepreneurs. And if you use the promo code ThinkMedia25, we'll list all of this in the show notes. You can save big on that course. So check that out. She also has a book coming up, co-written with Kevin Harrington. Awesome. You're holding it right there. Building Wealth and Building Legacy, The Entrepreneur's Guide. It's on pre-order, depending on when you're listening to this. You could get a signed copy from Jasmine, and we'll link that up in the show notes as well. Jasmine, tell us a little bit about these resources and also how people can connect with you on social and the internet.
Sure, absolutely. So the first resource I have is the Taxes and Accounting for Creators 101 course. And that is my way of being able to reach the mass creator industry so that I can fulfill my passion and make sure that everyone at least has the tools that they need to be in compliance. And then even beyond compliance, have some strategy involved. So although it's a 101 course and it's a beginner's course, it is jam-packed with value to make sure that you are definitely at least in compliance and have information on write-offs, structures, quarterly taxes, LLCs, and just like the base model of taxation in the United States in the first place. So it's wonderful for someone who's like, hey, I have no idea. I need to start from the basics. And again, that's an entry-level product that I have put together because I just really want to ensure that the creator economy as a whole has access to this information, not just the ones that are high earner and then therefore qualified for tax planning and advisory. So that's the first resource. The second resource is, the book that I just wrote with Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank. And I co-authored it. So my inclusion in here really speaks about the importance of not just tax compliance, but how the difference of tax compliance but rather how vast the difference is between tax compliance versus tax planning in being able to build wealth and build legacy. So I talk about some good tax strategies in here. I talk about my journey and being an immigrant to the United States and learning English as a second language at 7 years old. And so that's a good item. And then how people can get a hold of us. Of course, there is YouTube, which you are the master and my teacher and my coach of. Thank you. They can definitely connect with us on YouTube with the Moment Tax Services page, and also on Instagram, The Creator's Tax Strategist, which is where I live.
Yes, genius. So in recap, we talked about some of the biggest mistakes. We talked about the real story behind write-offs, and we hit number 3 too. What are some ways creators can lower their taxable income without doing anything sketchy? Emphasis on the not doing anything sketchy part and knowing the tax code is a menu and you got to know what's on that menu. And of course, to learn more about that, definitely take advantage of Jasmine's resources in the show notes and make sure to use the promo code ThinkMedia25 if you want to invest in her course to save on that product. And then make sure to subscribe and stick around for part 2, where we'll continue to learn more about how we can save on taxes, some of the rule we talked about that a lot of creators are not taking advantage of, entity structure, and all those kinds of things, which we'll have organized in the show notes so you can check out part 2 and part 3 as we work our way through all 15 tips. My name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel. Like, share, rate, review wherever you watch or listen. This is the Think Media Podcast, and I will catch you in a future episode.
You know Cheez-It made extra toasty?
Of course. Want it, need it, Cheez-It.
Use the #1 trusted bag to help keep the food you love fresher, longer, for the love of food. Ziploc.
SC Johnson.
You are not too old to start YouTube.
Definitely a woman of a certain age. They may not want to hear what I've got to say.
What doubts did you have about starting YouTube at age 64?
Whereas there's things you have to offer, you ask yourself, well, is there anyone out there who really wants to hear it?
What are the ways you've earned money from your YouTube channel?
Sean, that one video made me $4,000.
What advice would you share with me as far as starting YouTube in my 60s and my 70s? Today, you're going to be discovering the process that a 73-year-old former nursing professor used to start and grow her YouTube channel and create multiple streams of income. Today, she has 88,000 subscribers, but she didn't start there. And so we're going to be learning the tips of how she went from 0 to getting her channel monetized without any fancy tech skills, the strategy behind some of her successful videos, and why starting YouTube after 40 or 50 or 60 is actually your secret advantage. You're also going to be learning the exact mindset shifts needed to succeed on YouTube and the pitfalls that stop a lot of creators before they even start. Denise Jordan is a retired nursing instructor who built Homemaking with Denise, teaching traditional skills to today's modern families. With over 88,000 subscribers and millions of views, she's proof that it's never too late to succeed on YouTube. She started out with a little bit of this and a little bit of that, not knowing exactly what her channel was going to be about, but later discovered what truly resonated with her viewers, and that was homemaking content. And over the years, she has evolved her channel and found multiple different ways to monetize her content while she is inspiring a community of people and building her channel and her audience. So we're going to be diving into her step-by-step advice. Denise, welcome to the podcast.
Hi, Sean. Thank you so much for having me. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here.
So I'm excited to share your 4 quick tips in just a moment, but can you just give us an overview of when did you start and kind of the quick journey from 0 to now 88,000 subscribers on your channel?
I believe I started my channel in 2017 or 2018, somewhere around in there. And at that particular time, I was joining a bunch of collaborations and building a community of acquaintances on YouTube. So I was doing a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and we were helping each other to grow. So that was one of the things that I quickly did to get started. And it turned out to be the right thing for me at that time.
So when you say you kind of started by, how'd you find people? You're doing collaborations, you were meeting people online?
I would find people online, or maybe someone would say, I'm going to host a collab on doing a tablescape. If you want to join, you can join here. So I found collaborations like that, and I would join them, and I would do all these different things, and my channel was absolutely crazy, but it helped me begin to build an audience, and it also helped me begin to build a skill set.
And where did you meet these individuals if people wanted to find communities like that?
I just met them online. You would see there was a collaboration. Sometimes on the community tabs, you would see them there. And as you got to know, when you would leave comments in different people's videos, they would say, going to host this collab, going to host that collab, and you're welcome to join. So you found information in comments as well.
So you were watching other creators, discovering channels, engaging in the comment section, and really being a part of the YouTube community itself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You've got to watch YouTube. You've got to watch other creators. And then the engaging was what helped me to build community and to learn what was working and what was not, and what was working for others. And I thought, if she's doing that and it's working, maybe I could try it.
And so today you're at 88,000 subscribers at 73 years old. And so you've been out at this for pretty consistently since 2018. So about 7 years.
Yes, very consistent. And when I say consistent, I would do at least a video a week. Sometimes I would do 2 videos a week. Sometimes I would participate in beta, video every day in April, video every day in August. So it really helped me to build a community of, not a community, but a library of videos. And also it helped me practice the craft.
Where was this fire and energy coming from? That's a lot of energy. You're running circles around some of these Gen Z creators out here without any work ethic. Where did this, sometimes a video every day can sound intimidating. How'd you pull that off?
I don't know. When I look back on it, I don't know. But I think, though, when I started YouTube, I just wanted to have fun. And so this was fun for me to do that. And it just gave me something to do in my spare time. And I knew that I was going to be looking to retire soon. And I was thinking YouTube might be one of the things that I'll do in my retirement.
I love the vision. Okay, well, you have so many tips to share, and I have a lot of questions for you, but I do want to start off with kind of 4 immediate tips that someone that is maybe 60 plus, they could be any age, but they're thinking about starting a YouTube channel today, and they're 40, 50, 60 years old. You shared 4 tips before we press record. Number 1 is believe in yourself. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, I think you have to believe that you have something to offer. And know that there are people out there that want to hear your voice, that need to hear your message, and prepare yourself to do that.
I love that tip. And there's also something about life experience for creators that are not 20-year-old life coaches. Expound on that a little bit about maybe the importance of getting into YouTube in, legacy generation or a little bit older.
Well, the thing about doing it as a legacy creator, as you suggest, is that been there, done that. So like I always say, I'm in the homemaking space, and I always say I'm not a 35-year-old blonde doing the mommy life. Been there, done that. Didn't have blonde hair, but I did have red hair at one time. So, but I've done all those things, and now there are so many young people out there, young homemakers, who maybe did not have the benefit of that mom or grandmother in the home, or they didn't stay home long enough to learn some of those lessons, or didn't care to learn those lessons while they were at home. Now they're in a different life situation, and they're ready to learn. So I'm the teacher that's presenting myself. They're ready, I'm the teacher.
So number 1, believe in yourself and be confident that what you have to share is important because you have life experience. Number 2, niche down. You want to narrow down your topic. Expand on why this is important.
Well, you narrow down your topic so that you can provide the information that people want to hear. And the only way to find out what your topic is, I think, is to try a few different things. But then as you look at your comments, you look at the questions that you get, then you begin to think, so this is what they want. And I remember when I was starting out and I was doing a lot of those crazy DIY projects, I didn't get any questions or comments, many about those. But when I would do videos on something related to homemaking, something related to laundry, something related to family, I got lots of questions about that. And I realized this is the content that people want from me. And then the other thing that I started to get was that I started getting people leaving comments, asking questions, asking, Miss Denise, can you explain this? Miss Denise, can you explain that? Then I thought, when did I get that old? And then I realized, okay, I've crossed that threshold where now I'm considered an elder with wisdom, so to speak. And in the African American community, it's a certain status. And I thought, okay, so not only do they want to hear this message, they need to hear this message from me. So that's where I'm at.
I like this. So I kind of heard you say start on YouTube, and it's okay to try some things, but then make sure you listen to comments, because maybe some things nobody really responds to, other videos really resonate, and you want to pay attention to that. Then also listen to the questions, and then also watch for patterns in the videos that do well, and then you're dialing in your channel over time. So how would you say, from starting in 2017, 2018, how long it took to maybe get a little bit clearer? Because you're giving us this great advice right now, saving us time and pain and getting us to the goal quicker for anybody listening to this. But you still went through a process yourself. That's maybe you don't know your niche from day one. So you're experimenting at first, but then you are willing to sort of maybe throw away the topics that don't work as well and then dial into the ones that do and sort of figure out your niche. How many years did that take?
That probably took me about maybe 3, maybe 4 years, because when I first got started, especially as I started to really figure out this YouTube thing, there were so many things that I wanted to do and so many things that I wanted to talk about. So I called my channel This and That with Denise Jordan, so I could talk about a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And I realized, though, that the more things that I talked about, I won't say the fewer views that I got, but I was still getting comments about certain things. And I realized that what was sticking, what they wanted to hear about, was they wanted to hear about things related to the home. And those were things that I knew about because I made and kept a home for more than 50 years. So it was an expertise that I had to share.
This is a huge epiphany. And on the one hand, listeners might be like, whoa, that's a long time to commit to something. But I think it's also encouraging that if we don't find our voice, or we don't narrow our niche or really dial in our thing for 1, 2, 3, 4 years, that's okay. And that also just might be what it takes to reach success. It's part of the process. I mean, you have 88,000 subscribers. You've earned thousands of dollars from YouTube. And I'm excited later in the episode to even be talking about the different ways you've monetized and, the income you've created. But it speaks to also the work you've done. You put in hustle, diligence, persistence, and patience and in the early days that eventually kind of got you to a rebrand of your channel, changing it from This and That, which is sort of this general name, to the specialty of homemaking. And it makes me think of the quote, it's better to be a meaningful specific than a wandering generality. And there's a lot of people out there on YouTube that are wandering generalities. But when you kind of cut through the noise being a meaningful specific, even if it takes time to figure that out, there's something so powerful about that. Before we go to number 3, are there any other thoughts on this idea of niche down?
Well, the other thing, too, is that you have to run your own race. So when I was looking at other people doing other things, and I want to try some of that, and I want to try some of this, I realized that wasn't my race to run. And when I was niche down and doing the things that I enjoyed, but also people were asking for, my channel really began to improve.
I fall into the same trap of sometimes I'm a creative person, I have a lot of creative ideas, and I watch other channels, and then you maybe get inspired, and then you start doing, you want to do what somebody else is doing, or you're like, oh, I want to do that too, or you incorporate that, which if the inspiration is good and fits for you, then that's great. But also run your own race. Such a great piece of advice. Like, kind of know what your lane is and stay in your lane. Okay, so we've covered number 1, believe in yourself. Number 2, niche down and narrow down your channel, even if it takes time. Number 3, invest in yourself. Skills, how to present on camera. Expand on why this is important.
Use kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once? I like to do things myself. No machine is better than me.
Kayak. Search one and done.
Step up to ProSpec sandpaper performance with Gator Reptilian. Reptilian lasts 4 times longer than regular sandpaper, and the ceramic grain cuts faster. The Reptilian pattern keeps your sanding surface cool and clean, while the fiber-reinforced backing provides durability and strength. Reptilian stays sharp and resists clogging, which means more sanding and more productivity. It's not just sandpaper, it's Reptilian.
New Halo Top with mix-ins in every bite is Halo Top like never before. With 8 creamy and decadent new flavors, layered with deliciousness and still half the calories. So you can ice cream like never before.
Well, especially if you're over 60, there may be some skill sets in regards to tech that you don't have, depending upon what your professional career area is. And so for myself, when I began to investigate video, we were starting to use video more at the university. Well, I didn't know how to create video, so I would go over to what we called Studio M, which I realized probably stood for Studio Media, and learn how to create video there. And I would go every day. Sometimes I'd go, a couple times a day, depending upon what time I had available, and I was trying to create this small piece maybe for class. And then I would practice whatever I learned in the studio for class over the weekend and practice that for YouTube. So I invested in learning how to create video. And I will tell you, Sean, I think that sometimes when I would walk in the door, they would be like, oh God, she's back. It's like, because I didn't know, but I learned. And I learned on Adobe Premiere, which is probably one of the ones with the steepest learning curve, but that's the software that the university had. That's what they taught. So that's what I had to learn on. And it worked out well for me. I can create video, I can edit. So I invested in myself in that way. The other thing was I bought a course called VRA to help me also learn some of the ways to not only create videos, but kind of how to put things together. What are some of the things that I need to do other than just throw a video on the platform? So I invested in myself to learn how to do some of those things. So I would encourage someone that is just learning this skill set, because YouTube is no joke, to learn the process, learn the ins and outs, because YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, they're all different. And you have to learn what works for each platform.
Man, that's great advice. And it's inspiring because sometimes there's even stats that speak to once somebody leaves high school, they stop learning kind of. They stop reading, they stop learning, they stop expanding. But it's so inspiring to hear about how you've continued to invest in yourself and skills and necessary with something like YouTube, which a couple resources for listeners. This is our Think Media podcast channel where we're recording this episode. But on our main channel, Think Media, we have all kinds of free videos that will help you learn video editing. Adobe Premiere, as Denise mentioned, is actually, that's a tough one to jump straight into. But also it's a good one. You could, if you can get your hands on a Macintosh or something, you might use something like iMovie, which is included, or Final Cut 10. But we'll link up some resources in the show notes of this episode that you can study for getting cameras, editing, all of that stuff on the main channel. And then the course that Denise is referencing is our main program called Video Ranking Academy, which is just our comprehensive YouTube course. So if you're interested in that and you want to learn a little bit more, we'll link that up in the show notes as well. Or you can go to vrapodcast.com and you could check out more about that. So you talked about, number 1, believe in yourself. Number 2, niche down. Number 3, invest in yourself. And then number 4, be okay with criticism. Expand on this.
Well, you are going to definitely get criticism when you put yourself out there as a public platform, and everyone is not going to like what you do, especially when you're first getting started. And I think about that mac and cheese video that I did. That did very, very, very well. But I got some of the nastiest comments on that video. And one of them had to do with, oh, she didn't taste it, so it was probably runny. It probably didn't turn out well. Well, I didn't know that you were expected to taste it before you left the video. And I was actually having people coming over for dinner, so I didn't want to hold out the middle of it. Well, you better believe I don't make that mistake again. But it was kind of hurtful to hear some of those comments. So you have to grow kind of a thick skin. And I think the other thing in regards to criticism is that you just have to take it with a grain of salt. Like for some of it, it is well meant. They'll leave nice comment, and some people come on YouTube or other platforms, and because it's anonymous, they can leave negative comments. And so you just have to be prepared to deal with it and decide how you want to deal with that. I don't mind criticism, but if people are just being nasty, I just delete them because I don't want negative vibes on my channel. We can talk about something we disagree on, but if you're just trying to be a troll, I'm just going to delete it because I don't want to have to deal with that. There's enough other things we can talk about.
That's a great ethic. And I think a few things to unpack is there is the ability to filter comments. So you can, if you're starting to get certain words or things that people are talking about in the back end of YouTube, you can identify some of those words so those comments actually get held sort of in this spam category. You also can select the level of filtering and how aggressive the filtering is. That will also move comments into that spam category as opposed to letting them be auto-posted. You also can turn off comments altogether. Not something I recommend because I think YouTube is a community platform. But I also, before I go a little bit deeper into this, I want to ask you, what about the positive though? Because I think this is so true, and listeners should prepare to have thick skin. But also, what about the positive and the impact that you've made on YouTube and the feedback you've heard?
Well, one of the things that probably the most positive comment that I get is that I have taught them how to do something, how to improve something in their home, something that they didn't know how to do. And it really makes me feel good that I've made a positive impact on someone's life. They didn't know how to clean a particular area in their home. Now they do, or they just have more confidence to try things. I enjoy that. And so I think that's definitely something that's positive. And then the other thing is the comments that people leave inspire me. Like, okay, so then maybe I need to do another video on a similar topic and I can talk about this or I can talk about that. And then one of the other things that I do is answer specific questions because people will leave questions and then I can answer those. I do a lot of those in my laundry lab shorts where I will answer a question that someone asks. So that's a positive way, not only for me to grow my channel, increase my content, but also to be of service.
Yeah, I love that. And I think I would love listeners to just get a vision for this as well. While you certainly got some nasty comments even, 88,000 people have clicked the subscribe button, which speaks to people that, you know, are affectionate or fans or want to continue to hear from you. And you've gotten 7.2 million views over that. So if you're going to have that much reach, I know personally, I'm a small town kid. You know, I grew up in Arlington, Washington, an hour north of Seattle. I think the current population, I mean, in my mind, I think it's got to be bigger than this, but it's like less than 20,000 people is what it says online on like Wikipedia. And so I think this whole YouTube thing is fascinating. Just exposure to over 7 million people that have viewed your content. Of course, some of them are going to maybe not be the kindest or have had a bad day or sometimes I think when people, they'll say things on the internet they would never say to your face, but just because there's sort of a depersonalization. Well, I love your advice that we just need to be prepared for it. And, you know, for listeners that might think, well, oh man, I might get some negative feedback. Well, for sure you will, but also think about the positive impact. And I really percentagely, I can't think it's not that high. I mean, you've gotten 7 million views. You've impacted a lot of people, and a lot of people just don't say anything. They take the information. You never hear from them, but you're making an impact in their lives, even though they might not be saying it. Any final thoughts on this point?
Well, here's the other thing, too, especially for a couple of negative comments that I got. I would just say, you know, I appreciate your frame of reference. I'd be interested in looking at your video where you're showing me how to do this better. And don't hear anything else.
Calling them out, because typically the armchair quarterback that's got opinions on how the professional sports team is playing the game is not necessarily in the game themselves. Chances are they are not. And so that is I like that response. And so, okay, Well, these are great quick tips. I want to unpack your journey a little bit more. And I'm actually kind of curious, specifically your background as a nursing professor. You mentioned a little bit about getting into video even in your career there, but maybe your career in general. Like, what are some of the things that from your background in general that prepared you for the skill sets needed to create content?
One of the things that really helped me was I taught at the university level. So you had to, you're doing adult education. It's not high school. These are adults. Sometimes you wonder if they're still in high school, but these are adults. And then you learn how to present information in a logical manner. There's a beginning, there's a middle, there's an end, or you learn how to be succinct. But it just prepared me to be able to, not only that, but research, because you have to do research to prepare lectures and different things like that, or maybe you're working on different projects for your university or for class. So I learned how to research different things as well. So that was something that was helpful. And then, of course, learning to use video. And learning to use video was really important because you can talk about something, but when you can actually show it on video, it makes such a huge impact.
So expand on what you mean there. In your videos, it's you maybe in your kitchen presenting information. You've researched ahead of time, structured the information. You're delivering that content. But then when you say show it, it's not just you talking. What you'll do is you'll edit in clips that are demonstrating what you're talking about. Explain that process and how you do that.
So, for example, let's say we'll go back to the mac and cheese video. I'm making mac and cheese. So I'll maybe be throwing up whatever the ingredients are on the screen, but I will run around the kitchen and I will rearrange my camera and I will point it down so that as I'm pouring the macaroni into the pot, you see the boiling water. If I'm adding the milk and the eggs into the bowl, I've rearranged the camera now and I'm pouring it down so you can actually see that. Probably one of the ones that I really got a lot of thank yous for that was when I did one of my Thanksgiving marathon videos, and I rearrange the camera so many different times so that when I'm actually mixing up the dressing, you can see the down into the bowl and you can see the texture that I was trying to get. And then I was able to pour it into the bowl. And then I showed me pouring whatever broth or whatever on top. So I bring it in close enough that they can actually see what I'm doing. So rather than just saying, okay, so now what you're going to do is you're going to add this, you're going to add that while I'm talking about it. And it could be a voiceover, it might not. I'm actually showing them how to do it. My latest video was how to load a dishwasher. Something very simple, but a lot of people don't know how to do that. And so I rearranged the camera different times. You could actually see me putting the plates on the rack, how not to nest the spoons, so that they're like, oh, when they say, don't nest the spoons, that's what that means. Or in so many recipes, it'll say season to taste. And so what I will show is I'm sprinkling in the seasoning, then I will take a fork or a spoon and I'll taste it. And then I might add some more. Oh, that's what it means, season to taste. It means season to my taste. Simple things like that.
That's awesome. And so I want to encourage, you broke down, it speaks to you being a master of this. It's a skill you've developed, but everything is figure outable too. It could be overwhelming filming and thinking about all the clips. And then if you edit a video, I know I've been here lots of times. I forgot to shoot a few clips and I'm like, oh man. And those quote unquote micro failures are the stepping stones to success.
Yes.
You just learn in the process. And this is going to be a staggering number for listeners. But did you know that you've uploaded 1,284 videos?
No, I did not.
That is, that's been over about 7 years, but that's a ton of videos, which I think is an important number. It just speaks to, you could expound on this, but you love doing this. It's something you enjoy. You get to express your creativity. You're having fun. Doesn't probably mean it's not without stress or pressure, but you get to do something that's, really cool. What do you think about in terms of the process of putting in the reps, consistency, year over year, building up your skills, especially from the mindset of hearing a number like that? It's like, man, 1,000 videos. How could I compete with that? Well, we all got to start at zero. So speak to that process of how you got into this and kind of developed your content creation muscles.
And well, that's pretty much how I did that, was being consistent. Video every day in April, video every day in August, jumping in on various challenges. Maybe there was a challenge for Mother's Day and, honor your mother, and everybody's doing different videos about that. It gives you a way of just, okay, I've got to be creative. I got to make a video about this. What do I do? So you've got to create your concept. And then once you've got your concept developed, then you have to figure out how you're going to shoot it. And then you need to edit it. And how long or how short do you want it to be? And those are things you have to think about. And when you first get started, you might repeat that opening phrase, or you might do something in the video several times that you end up cutting out half the video. But again, it's just a repetition that helps you become more comfortable with it. And when you are learning something new, it's like you're back to square one on whatever that new thing is, but you're bringing those old things along with it.
Yeah, it seems like I did a little bit of math, and it's about 183 videos a year that you've posted. If we base it on 8 years, then you're almost posting like a video like every other day. And this would also speak, I wonder if that's also, do you do YouTube Shorts?
I do YouTube Shorts, and I do YouTube Shorts because they're fun, because they're short. And, I do a lot of them for my laundry lab. But yeah, I do YouTube Shorts. And I do YouTube Shorts because I want to attract more subscribers. It's a particular audience that I'm trying to get. So that younger demographics, those are the ones watching a lot of my shorts. Now, my regular subscribers will watch them as well, but I really attract a lot of the younger homemakers with those, my college students, my young men, my people who are just starting out and they need to know how to do something. Those are the ones watching my shorts.
So I'm actually learning right now, when you go to the About page on someone's channel, which I did for you, shorts are not included in that number, but live streams are included. And you've also done some live streams. What have you done there?
For live streams, I have a bi-weekly show that I do every other Wednesday, and it is called Homemaking with Purpose. And I just present different information, interviews, tips, and things like that related to homemaking. And as a matter of fact, me and another creator will collaborate. And one week we're on her channel, the other week we're on my channel. And it's just a lot of fun. Now, live streams do make money, but the real monetization comes from long form video because, shorts, they're fun, but you really don't make a lot of money with shorts. But what I do get with shorts is more subscribers, and also my know, like, and trust factor grows with shorts as well as with my live streams. Because on the live streams, if they have a question, they can ask. And either I can answer it right then and there, or I can't. So I do the live streams to build community, and they just get to know you better. And people will come every week just to listen to, whatever it is that you have to talk about that particular week. On the shorts, they come, if I'm talking about how to wash a baseball cap, I've done a couple of videos on that. I get a lot of, there's a lot of men that need to know how to wash their baseball caps, or their partners want to figure out how to wash their baseball caps. So I can give information very quickly in that manner.
Yes, so I'm super inspired. And actually, as I've done some math over here, I think you deserve the Think Media Award for consistency. Because if we actually base it since 2017, assuming you started in January, which maybe not even that early, but it roughly comes out until March 2025 when recording this, you've posted about 156 videos a year. That's 3 videos per week. This does not count shorts. It includes live streams, though. And your bi-weekly show is certainly helped with that level of consistency. And this is actually ChatGPT talking. It says, which is very consistent and impressive over time. And so I have seen so many individuals that start, stop, and of course, I want listeners to hear it's your race, your pace. You don't have to imitate what Denise is doing, what Think Media is doing, what anybody else is doing. You want to find out your own rhythm. But there is something to be said about the power of consistency and the compound effect of the lessons you learn, of the views you get, of the audience you build by doing this over time. 3 videos a week for 8 years. I want you to just really, I hope I don't know if you've reflected on this much, but I just want to, acknowledge you and affirm it speaks to your character. It speaks to, I think, your vision, your resilience. And so it's just very impressive. And I think everybody listening to this could just be inspired to be like, I could be a little bit more consistent and disciplined, because it's a monumental feat that you've achieved. And the results that you've gotten were not by accident. They have happened because of your consistency.
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens. Shop weekly deals at your store or at walgreens.com.
Southwest Rapid Rewards, you can redeem your points for this seat, that seat. Oh, this one's open.
Winning the Traitors is back for an all-new season. Here we go again.
This game is torturous.
Dude, if I were them, I'd be scared.
Oh, I've missed this.
You found our Everest Motion sofa, power reclining seats and headrests. They okay?
We just got back from another furniture store, and the sales guy was so pushy, they got super freaked out.
Oh, we don't do that here.
Oh my God!
So, okay, we learned some lessons from what you learned as a nursing professor, how to present info, how to do research, learning how to use video, learning how you structure videos, edit clips in, and we've discovered that everything is figure outable. If we go back a little bit to, you're starting YouTube in your 60s. What doubts did you have about starting YouTube at age 64?
When I initially started YouTube, I started with a makeup channel. Makeup on Aisle 64 was my channel, and I was excited about learning to use makeup for women of my age. So I didn't have a lot of doubts about that, other than I had to learn about makeup because I didn't know a lot about all the different kinds. But when I pivoted to this and that with Denise, and I started doing a lot of other things, I realized I was moving into an area of some of the things that I didn't know very much about. So I began to think, am I too old to be doing this? Because then I had to really learn a lot of new skill sets. So when I was doing a lot of those DIY videos, I didn't know sick'em about DIY because I didn't do any DIY. My husband, anything that required nails, paint, screws, my husband did all of that. I didn't do anything like that. But in the DIY videos, I had to do some of that. So I had doubts about my ability to be able to do that and make it look authentic on video. So there was that. And then as I began to talk about other things, I thought, well, gosh, I'm not a young woman anymore. I'm definitely a woman of a certain age. They may not want to hear what I've got to say. And so I had doubts about that. And I think those are the challenges, I think, as an older content creator, is because whereas there's things you have to offer, you ask yourself, well, is there anyone out there who really wants to hear it? So I had about that.
Yeah, those are really, am I too old? Can I learn these new skill sets? Will people want to hear what I have to say? Is there anyone out there that will listen? Mm-hmm. And I'm sure listeners can resonate with those, and it can feel impossible, yet now you have 88,000 subscribers on the other side of those doubts. How does that feel, the transition between starting with some of those doubts and where you are today?
It feels really, really good. Now, I've got 88,000 subscribers, but I'm working to get my silver play button. I want to get that 100,000 subscribers. However, I have to remind myself, you know what? The number of YouTube creators who get to 5,000 subscribers in a 5 or 10 year period, who get to 10,000, who even get to 50,000, the number of people that get to those milestones, it's not as great as one would think. And so I have to tell myself, you have really done something pretty darn good. And it's real easy to kind of negate things that you do it because you've done it. But it's like, okay, I did something pretty darn good. I have 88,000 subscribers. I'm doing all right.
Yeah, that's a great question. It's a huge milestone to get 1,000 subscribers, to get 5,000 subscribers. to get 10,000, and then 100,000 when you get a silver play button is a wild feat. And I know we talked about this the other day in our coaching program that you're a part of, where it's like, absolutely, you're going to get there too. You're at 88,000, you're going to get to 100,000. And sometimes we look at how far we have to go, but we forget how far we've come.
Right.
88,000 subscribers is like just astronomical. It's just like crazy to imagine, the world we're living in. And just so inspiring to see what is possible with YouTube, which I do want to hear about monetization. Eventually, you reach a milestone. Today's requirements are you need 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 hours of watch time within the past 12 months. And it's like always a rolling, like that 4,000 hours of watch time has to all be contained within a year's time. And then you get a chance to apply for the YouTube Partner Program, and YouTube starts paying you for views. Do you remember when you got monetized and what that moment was like?
I'm thinking I had been having my channel probably about 6 to 8 months. I think it's been a while, but I think it was about 6 to 8 months. But when I got that first YouTube check, it was like, wow. I was so excited that I was not only monetized, and then I actually got a YouTube payment deposited into my bank account. That was just really kind of cool because, again, so many people strive for that goal and don't reach it. So I was really excited that I had made that first milestone in that regard.
Did I hear you 6 to 8 months?
I think it was 6 to 8 months. It could have been a year, but I really don't remember. But it didn't take more than a year to get monetized. Because, like I said, I put up a lot of videos, especially in that first year. So I was building the watch time. So getting the 4,000 hours of watch time really wasn't that difficult.
Yeah, it's a great, your consistency certainly helped. A year is very impressive. 6 to 8 months is even more impressive, but it also speaks to how possible this is. And I also, for those that want to learn more about this monetization aspect, there's actually, in today's world, 2025 and beyond, there's at least 6 ways to monetize directly on YouTube and 14 plus ways to earn money with YouTube. And I just updated our free class if anybody's interested. That's at Think Masterclass. I'll link that up in the show notes. And it goes into a lot of things about how to get views, how to start, but specifically the monetization side. I am curious, when did that light bulb moment click for you that YouTube could be something you're actually successful at, or that actually also provides money in retirement or things like that?
Probably when I made my first $500 on YouTube. Because it was just like, oh, I made $500 this month. This is $500 extra dollars, not $500 that I had to roll into the budget, but $500 extra dollars. You can do quite a bit with $500 extra dollars that you don't have to budget somewhere else. So it was like, man, there could be something, magical here. You just have to keep pressing on with it. So I was really excited about that.
So paint a picture for me. One, your financial situation, because you're doing YouTube, you're not depending on it to pay your bills. You're starting it as a side thing. And so if somebody especially is thinking 60s, 70s, maybe they have pension, they maybe have some financial stability. They're looking for a creative outlet, but also maybe they might have financial stability, but not much extra. So what has been your experience in terms of how you looked at YouTube? How long did it take to get to a place where you're earning $500 extra dollars? What kind of money did you invest in cameras or editing, or also the expenses to kind of build a YouTube business? And what was your mindset going into this in terms of your family's financial situation and this being extra dollars and the kind of maybe lifestyle that this has helped expand your lifestyle or your ability to take care of other family members, or however you guys, invest the money?
Well, like you said earlier, I don't use this money to run our house. We don't use it for that. So I just use it for extra stuff. So when I needed to buy a new camera, I bought the Canon M50, I think was the one you were talking about at the time. So I bought that. I burned through 2 of those. And then I ended up buying another Canon something or another you guys had talked about. So I use it to buy equipment. And that's what's really helpful there when I, helps pay for my Adobe Premiere software, my vidIQ and different little things like that. So as I add new programs or different things like that, I find that the money is helpful for that.
For your book, first check Kayak to find great deals and filter out flights you maybe don't want, like ones with layovers.
Squarespace.
Perfecting your swing is hard.
Nice shot, Dad.
But replacing your windshield doesn't have to be. Go to safelight.com and schedule a replacement today.
Woo!
Sometimes it takes a different approach to see the possibilities all around you. At Capella University, you'll learn relevant skills like developing AI solutions while you earn a bachelor's in IT.
When did you earn the extra $500? Do you remember like a roughly what time when that you're like, whoa, like this is some, X, and you're saying it wasn't that was beyond the expenses. That was beyond covering the YouTube bills. As small as they may be, it's a YouTube business, your cameras, software.
When did I earn that? Probably after my mac and cheese video hit.
Okay.
Because that video, I was like, whoa, what? And it kept growing and growing and growing. And it was close to Thanksgiving, too. And so that's like my sweet spot, close to the Thanksgiving and then the Christmas holiday. And not only did I get $500 extra, then it was like $750, and then it was $1,000. And I'm like, whoa, it's pretty darn good. So those... that holiday time period is a great time for me because people are looking for my holiday meal videos in that regard.
Yeah, so this was November 19th, 2018. You uploaded a video, best macaroni and cheese recipe, Thanksgiving side dishes. That video went on to get 862,000 views, which to your point, if a video gets 1 million views with a $2 to $5 CPM, which is kind of low actually, but kind of average on YouTube, then that means 1 million views on YouTube will pay you anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000. And so that video earned you thousands of dollars probably because your CPM was, probably higher than that. And so that started 500 one month, 700 the next, like money's still coming in. And then like any other creator, we wish that every day we could post a video that gets 800,000 views. Yeah. But sometimes you get a breakout video and sometimes you're kind of back to just the consistency and the discipline. But then, the final question I kind of had about this area was maybe the mindset of you and your family in regards to what YouTube means to you. A chance to make extra money, a chance to express your creativity. What's kind of the mix of your motivation behind doing it? Do you feel like your time that you've invested in it has given you what you hoped?
Oh, definitely. One of the reasons why I do YouTube is because I have to have something to do. I can't just sit on the sofa and watch soap operas all day. I'm a person that likes to do things, and YouTube allows me that creativity. It allows me that output, and I can do it from home. Every day I can find something to do with YouTube. And if I choose not to do anything today, I cannot do anything. So it really helps with that. It gives me a purpose, is what I should say. And my purpose is to be of service to homemakers to help them learn how to make and keep a home. So YouTube allows me to do that. As far as my family, my husband is just glad I have something to do because then I'm not bugging him all the time.
Man, I love it. And it's so cool to hear about the results that have happened. Okay, so a couple things that I want to recap, and I also wrote down some steps. If anybody wants to start a channel, you're in your 40s, 50s, 60s, I feel like step 0, because I wrote down a few steps, and you can correct me here, Denise, on what you've learned. Because step 1's find your niche, but I think we should go first to step 0. Sometimes experiment. Start before you're ready. And you started with makeup, then you went to this and that with Denise Jordan, and then you went to homemaking. So it's okay to evolve. Don't overthink things at the start. That was definitely your journey, but eventually find your niche. And that was an earlier tip. You narrowed down from makeup, from just general things down to homemaking, and it really resonated and helped you grow. Then step 2 is create content that resonated. I want to go a little bit deeper into this. You've mentioned that certain videos have broke out, like your mac and cheese video, but even recently you did a $30 Snap Challenge video and it did incredibly well.
Yes.
What does Snap stand for? What was the topic of this video, and what did you learn in that video breaking out?
Sean, that one video made me $4,000. I could not believe it. I was like, what? And not only did it make me $4,000, it made it in like less than 2 months.
Wow.
You know, my mac and cheese video grew. But here's the thing. SNAP, first of all, stands for Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, or food stamps is the common name for it. And the premise for that video was I had been talking to a friend who said her food stamps got cut to $30. And I said, oh, okay, well, then you should do this and this and this and this. And she's like, well, it's not that easy. And I said to myself, I'm just going to see. Well, I did see. And what I realized is that she was right. It was not as easy as I thought. I was quite smug when I decided I was going to do this, but I had a completely different idea once I finished it. But what I learned from that video is that, first of all, it could be polarizing. It was not, but there were some of the negative comments that did pop up. And that's when I really had to employ blocked words. But what I realized is that there were a lot of people out there who use these kind of benefits who needed to learn how to eat or purchase groceries differently. So that was one of the biggest things that I learned. The other thing that I learned was that, and not that I was being judgmental, but sometimes we can be a little judgy inadvertently. And I realized that some of the things that I had been thinking about how to use benefits or that kind of thing weren't necessarily as easy as I thought. And that maybe the preconceived ideas that I might have had were not necessarily so. So I made that video, and then I decided, okay, let me try another $30 video, following up on that one, and it was close to Thanksgiving. And so I made another $30 challenge video, but buying Thanksgiving dinner. Now, that was a real challenge to be able to buy Thanksgiving dinner for $30. But at this particular time, Kroger, Walmart, and Aldi, they were all kind of like battling each other about, the cheapest Thanksgiving dinner. And I was able to do this at Aldi. But when you get it that low, you're using a lot of processed foods. You're using boxed mac and cheese. You're using a boxed dressing and that kind of thing. And I got a lot of negative comments about that. But financially, if that's where you are, that's where you are. So that was the other thing that I learned, is that there's a lot of people that are, low-income homemaking or low-income food budgets, that they buy a lot of boxed and processed foods because that's where they are. So one of the things that I learned that I could do is I can teach them how to begin to buy some things a little bit differently so that I can be of service to them in a different way.
And so essentially, I love the idea, there's some juicy insights here. You listened and you heard a friend give you an idea of what, YouTube is being accessed by the world. And so if you create content that resonates, you can have a video that earns you $4,000 quick. And it's because you were listening. And then it was interesting, though, you had some preconceived notions, because sometimes we think, oh, okay, like the first idea is we're going to run out the video with a certain approach. But then you essentially became an experiment yourself. You challenged yourself to spend $30, and then you realized, oh, wait a minute, it is tough. Is that how that happened? And then it shifted what the final video became.
So I challenged myself to go to the grocery store with $30 to spend. Now, I didn't actually have a Snap card, but in my mind, I had these $30.
Yeah.
So I went on a grocery cart app, figured out what I wanted to buy, and I had already had my plan, figured out what I could buy there at the store, and then I actually purchased the food. Well, not knowing much about SNAP benefits, one of the things that I bought was a rotisserie chicken. Well, I cannot tell you how many comments I got from people saying, you can't buy hot prepared foods on SNAP benefits. Didn't know that. But you can, if they like put that rotisserie chicken in the deli because it's a day or two old and they mark it down from $8 to $4.50, well, then you can. But, you know, I bought the rotisserie chicken and I tried to figure out how am I going to make this $30 last for a month on, you know, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, where I realized real quick, there's not going to be any breakfasts. There may be some lunches and there'll be some dinners. Some of the food is going to be repeated, that kind of thing. And it's not going to be healthy and it's not going to be sustainable. Those were the lessons that I learned.
Okay, so I want to summarize some things because there were some juicy insights from the types of videos you created. And the big idea here is creating content that resonates. And so this happened because you were talking to a friend and you had an idea about a real pain point, a real challenge an individual was experiencing. Then you also had some preconceived ideas where they were saying, no, this is a big challenge. You're like, oh, it can't be that bad. But what you did was you put yourself into a challenge. You challenged yourself to go to the grocery store and try to see if you could spend $30 to create meals for a month. This is a great format for listeners. Anybody on your channel, what could you be the guinea pig of, the experiment of? Challenge yourself to do, give yourself some constraints, and then turn that into content. This video for you earned $4,000, and it speaks to the power of a great idea. And then also, I think, broad appeal, like video topics that could resonate. Budget-friendly content works in today's economy. There's going to be more people that maybe resonate with this particular title. So there's a lot of powerful insights that we could apply to the next video we post on our channel, or even creating better content as we start out. Well, we've covered a lot today. I do kind of want to land the plane, but some of these big sections, I think step 0 is start before you're ready. There's something about starting, you're experimenting at first. Then step 1 is finding your niche. It's nice to know your niche at the start, but it's not necessarily that clean. You might experiment almost before you started and invest in your learning. Like you said, if you're 60 plus, you're learning new skills. It's almost like giving yourself months or even a couple of years to study, to learn, to experiment, then to narrow down your channel topic. Then step 2, creating content that resonates. Then step 3, starting to build a community, which you have done, and then to start monetizing. I want to land the plane with this kind of idea of monetization strategies and then overcoming some mindsets that we haven't covered before. So I am curious, you've mentioned a few videos, mac and cheese video, the SNAP benefits video. They've earned you thousands of dollars. And so YouTube ad revenue itself, getting paid for views, is one of the ways you earn money. But if you were to think about the different income streams you've done over the years, what are the ways you've earned money from your YouTube channel?
Well, one of the other things that I did is I created an apron business called Apron Diva. And so that was something that came out of my YouTube channel because I would wear aprons on my videos and people would ask where I got them. So I thought, well, I might as well, let them get them from me. So I created Apron Diva, my own business. That was another income stream for me. The other thing is I've had some brand deals, and that's another income stream. And then affiliate links. I haven't done a lot with affiliate links, but because I would rather do the brand deal than the affiliate link, but I'm kind of rethinking some of that now. And now I'm working on creating I've created a course and I've done the beta run through, but I'm going to run through it again in September. So I'm going to roll it out again then in September. And then I'm working on a digital product that is almost done. And then I'm also going to have a challenge, a laundry challenge that I'm going to do after I get the digital product done. And these are things that I'm working on now. And I will say, even though you didn't ask this, I wish I had done these things sooner. And even though you talked about it and you said to do these things, and I listen to you say do it, I didn't hear you when you said it. Well, I hear you now, and I wish I had created my digital product so much sooner and created my course so much sooner. But one of the things that I did do that I learned I do not like was consulting. I did some one-to-one consulting, and I thought, okay, I don't like this because it really requires too much time and it's very intense. So that one I did try, but I decided I didn't care for that particular stream. But the other ones, I just wish I had done sooner.
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens. Shop weekly deals at your store or at walgreens.com.
How long will this take? I'm kind of in a rush.
Just 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Just 10 minutes.
Get out.
Critics and audiences are raving about The Accountant 2. It's so worth the watch on the big screen.
I just love accountants.
That's a coincidence. It's a blast. I think it'd be fun. I think it might be fun too. The Accountant 2, rated R.
Soresto knows that some situations just suck. Fleas and ticks suck too. Soresto can help with this one. One collar provides the longest lasting protection for 8 continuous months. Stop sucking with Soresto.
For your small business, no detail is too small. We know this because we're the Hartford, with experience insuring millions of small businesses.
But the other ones, I just wish I had done sooner.
And I want to clarify some things. You mentioned 7 different ways of earning money, and we don't have time to go into all of these, but what is the difference between your course, or what is your course, your digital product, and then a paid challenge? What's your course?
My course is called Homemaking 201, Navigating Your Homemaking Journey.
Okay, and that's a digital course. People can watch the videos.
That's not a digital course. That's it's actually a live course. It's an 8-week course, and we get together for 8 sessions, once a week. We go on live on Zoom, and, I present a topic, and then there's Q&A after that. It's very intense. So when I did it the first time, I thought, okay, I'm going to wait a bit before I roll it out again, because I wanted to tweak it and try to get it to a point where I don't have to invest so much of my time in it. But
I gotcha. So, on Zoom, live, and then the digital product, what kind of digital product are you creating?
I'm working on a stain removal guide. It's like how to remove stains using products you probably already have at home. So not where you're getting the Tide bleach pen and that kind of thing, but how you can use vinegar or baking soda or things like that to remove stains, because these are things you probably already have.
So it's like a PDF download kind of?
Initially, it's going to be an ebook, but then once I get the second or third iteration, I plan to have a hard copy book actually printed so that I can actually have that, a nice little stack of them in my home to mail you when you order one.
Amazing. And then a paid challenge is a couple of day event that people can learn with you for like $27.
Yes, I'm really excited about that. It's called my In the Laundry Lab Challenge, and I'm going to kick it off with a free masterclass, and then there'll be 3 days of the paid challenge after that, just at a $27, a low income price, a low barrier for income. And yes, there is enough to talk about laundry for 3 days.
Yes, I love it. And this just speaks, number one, listeners, you might be thinking like, man, it's so overwhelming. It's like a lot of different things to do. But you've been building up these skill sets over the years. And it also speaks to like how many different opportunities there are. There's just a lot of different ways to make money through your YouTube channel. And, as a reminder, I mentioned earlier, there's about 6 ways to make money on YouTube. If you're live streaming, people can do such things as super chat, where it's kind of like giving you a tip while you're live. Yeah. Of course, YouTube ad revenue itself. But then there's ways to make money with YouTube. And so whether that's brand deals or creating your own business like a Brindiva, or creating a course or digital product or a paid challenge, you're using YouTube to bring awareness to these other products, services, individual items you could sell, events you could sell, and serve people at the same time. So it's really inspiring to hear your journey. I'm curious, have you been doing all of this by yourself for all these years?
Yeah, I do it all by myself. I don't have an editor. I do have, my sister helps me as an admin from time to time. She'll help me with, like, if I need to change my YouTube banner or something like that, she'll help with those graphics. But for the most part, I do everything myself. So now when I did my course and I had to have graphics that I would have for the course ready for the students each week, she would put those kind of things together. But I got to create the content, lay it out, and then send it to her so she knows what I want. So pretty much I'm a one-woman shop.
So you would have a choice, of course, to determine how much or how little you want to work if you want to take a day off. But if you guessed how many hours a week you've put into this YouTube mission, really business, but the content as well as the things that orbit around it, especially for the description you just made. You launched aprondiva.com. That's very ambitious, more than some people. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to do that. You get to kind of choose your own adventure and choose your own path on YouTube. But for you, if you averaged it out, how many hours a week are you working on all of this stuff combined, if you just kind of approximated it?
I would guess maybe 30 hours a week, give or take. Sometimes more, depending upon what's happening.
And would you say that if you were to cut that in half, like if you were giving somebody advice and to say, well, you don't have to do 30, but you can't do one, like you need to invest some time. What do you think the range is if somebody was saying, hey, I'm in my 60s, 70s, I want to start, how much time should I block to make significant progress at this?
I think you could probably block 10 to 15 hours a week initially, because you got to get the idea, script it, have it ready. And then once you have the idea, you have to actually film it. Now, talking head videos require so much research, but you're going to be able to sit there and then get them filmed. But if you're moving around, like I'm in the kitchen, if I'm moving around doing something or I'm cleaning something, those videos take more time than a talking head video. So it's difficult for me to batch shoot because I'm moving around. But if you plan 10 to 15 weeks to kind of get it all, 10 to 15 hours to try to get it done. And then you're going to need to do some editing somewhat, especially in the beginning. Now, there is this trend right now to do less editing. And, that's a whole other mindset. You can try to do that. But there will require something. So I would say 10 to 15 hours a week initially.
Okay. And then would you also include that time for study? Like how much time have you in the past watched YouTube? We have an online course you've been a part of called Video Ranking Academy. How much did you watch that per week? Today, you're a part of Video Ranking Academy Elite, which is just more hands-on group coaching with a community of creators. So we'll jump on Zoom and different things like that. If you kind of average that out, how much time have you invested in your learning and education roughly per week?
Oh, wow. I'd say at least 5 hours a week, because if let's say I'm in VRA and I'm going through a module, I might complete that whole module in one sitting. And I might even do a couple of modules. Just depends upon what my educational needs are at that particular time. But I would say no less than 5 hours a week when you're first learning. And it could be a little bit more, give or take. Just depends upon what your capacity is. Because one of the things that as you do get older, you don't have the same capacity to shift, context switch. So sometimes you just have to focus more on one thing and get that thing accomplished or under your belt and then move on to something else.
That's great advice. And a great advice mindset to have. It's like we're going back to school. It seems like to be the mindset you have. Like I'm going to YouTube school, with Think Media, and I'm going to lock in. Has that sort of been your mindset?
Well, it has been. And my husband's like, how much more is there for you to learn? Because, I'll be sitting in here and he'll hear you talking. But yeah.
And have you found sometimes too, people might be like, well, how much more is there for you to learn? But then it also is maybe the power of repetition and the power of the environment. Because I know for me personally, sometimes I need to hear things 100 times. I mean, I think it was Jim Rohn or Zig Ziglar that said repetition is the father of learning and the mother of mastery. Mm-hmm. And you even mentioned, you're like, I wish I would have started sooner in some of these other ways of making money, because even YouTube's much bigger than YouTube. Eventually it's, well, how do you do a paid challenge? Or how do you create a digital product? Or how do you package what you know into a course? And then how do you market and sell that course? So there's also, the rabbit hole goes pretty deep. But for you, have you found that maybe also being a part of our community or even the repetition of information has helped keep you on track, keep you focused?
Oh, definitely. I think being a part of the community, people that are actually walking through the fire with you, they know what it is you're going through. So you can ask them a question and they can give you a reasonable answer based on information and not just based on their opinion. Also, when you're in a community of people, you see their successes, you see their challenges, and it's an inspiration to you to keep pressing on.
So strong. Okay, well, I have Final question for you, and then I do want to make sure we shout out all of your links and whatnot in the description for anyone that wants to study your channel, which I highly recommend because success leaves clues. So you can go look at some of the case studies that we've talked about today, some of the videos, watch some of Denise's videos. But I also do want to give you a heads up. If you want to learn more about any of the programs that Denise has been a part of, vrapodcast.com is the online course that we have available, and we'll link that in the show notes. And then if you also are interested, you can go to viralvideocoach.com. That is a page that allows you to apply and get in touch and even jump on the phone with somebody on our team. Denise is a part of what's called VRA Elite, which is a group coaching environment that's like, powerful to have a community around you. So rather than just going at kind of a self-paced online course, if you could see the power in essentially having a community, having some of our Think Media coaches in your corner, we only work with people that it's a good fit for. And so if you are interested in applying for that or learning more about that, you could go to viralvideocoach.com so you can move faster and worry less when you have a personal YouTube coach helping you along the way. And all of that will be in the show notes. Denise, I also want to ask, we've mentioned it, but I'm going to link it up in the show notes. If people want to follow you, check out what you're doing so they can study your channels, where can they find you?
They can find me on YouTube at Homemaking with Denise.
And what would you say, advice, 2 last questions, what advice do you have for those that are maybe feeling frustrated or experiencing periods of slow growth if they've already started their YouTube channel?
I'd have to say you just have to keep at it. Run your own race. Just keep at it and keep doing the things that you need to do to make progress. But it might also be necessary to go back and review what are some of the steps that you're supposed to do that maybe you've stopped doing. Like maybe you got too comfortable working and thinking, oh, I don't need to review these notes. And then you think, oh, I'm not doing this. Well, I'm not doing this. Well, I'm not doing that. So sometimes you might just need to retreat and then review and apply some of those early lessons that maybe you kind of dropped off.
That is so powerful. One of my favorite quotes is from the basketball player Michael Jordan, who said, master the fundamentals and everything else you do will rise. And a lot of times, I know even me, I can forget the fundamentals. I can be frustrated with my results, but it's like, are you doing the things you did at first? Are you really mastering the basics? We need those advanced tactics and those shiny objects, but sometimes getting back to those basics, that's so powerful. Final question. If someone, you're talking to a friend, you're talking to somebody that is asking you from the heart, hey, I'm over 60, but I'm on the fence about starting a YouTube channel. And I'm excited, but I also just listened to this conversation and I'm kind of overwhelmed because I just listened to your 8 years of experience. And there's so many details. What advice would you share with me as far as starting YouTube in my 60s and my 70s?
Just start. I would say just start. Don't keep putting it off. Just start. And that shoot maybe 10 videos and upload them to your channel. And are they going to be great videos? No. But just go ahead and get them out there. Just start, because the longer you wait to start, the harder it gets. And you certainly don't get any younger by waiting.
Denise, so grateful for you. Thank you for all of the value you added today. Think Media Podcast, thanks for listening. And if you got value today, can you rate, share, or review? Just depends. If you're on YouTube, you can leave a comment. If you're on Spotify or Apple, maybe leave a review or click the 5 stars on Spotify if you got value. My name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel, and I can't wait to connect with you in a future episode of the Think Media Podcast.
Celebrate one-of-a-kind people with gifts that say I get you. Etsy. That. Push that. Pull that. Work that. Push that. Work out.
Want to see someone building something or doing something. It's like, take me on the journey with you. Typically, the biggest challenge for content creators is themselves. It doesn't matter how good you are. It matters who's showing up for the audience. If people discover you and they can't figure out how to describe you, they're going to forget you. Like, you need to be distinctive. People are starting to build reality shows around their businesses. People are starting to take you into their workplace. Employees of workplaces are now making content of what it's like to work in a company. If you inject a bit of sensationalism around the emotion behind what it is you're talking about, it makes it all that more attractive to share with others. The framework I use for this is there's kind of 7 key emotions that tend to get the most viral traction when you share content. And those 7 things are:
In today's episode of the Think Media Podcast, we're going to be learning some game-changing lessons from million-dollar personal brands and why most creators and entrepreneurs are fighting the wrong battles heading into 2025 and the hidden opportunities that 99% of personal brands are missing in the current landscape. We're also going to be learning the counterintuitive truth of why personal brands build trust 3 times faster than corporate brands, backed by real examples from our guests' work with Culture Kings and other iconic brands. Plus, he's going to be sharing his battle-tested 90-day framework for building your brand or your personal brand from scratch. And there's going to be so much more. Now, our guest today is Dane Walker. He's the CEO of the rapidly expanding digital media agency Rival. And he also is the author of 90-Day Brand Plan. And he's a global authority. He has built multiple different brands, consults with all kinds of different brands and personal brands, is really the go-to voice for entrepreneurs. And in our case, content creators. So this is your opportunity to get your brand right for your YouTube channel, for your social media presence, to get your personal brand dialed in for a new year. And there's going to be a lot of juicy nuggets in this masterclass. So I'm excited for what's coming up. Dane, welcome to the show.
What's up, man? Thanks for having me, dude, and excited to be here.
Yeah, as we dive in, I want to start off right with the 3 biggest enemies creators need to overcome for building a standout brand. Or really, like, what are the 3 changes? You know, we were just talking, the game is changing when it comes to branding and personal branding in a 2025 landscape. And we wrote a few things down. The first thing you said is, people are tired of talking head content. Like, expand on that. Like, what's the bigger theme there?
Yeah, I think, for me, like, when it comes to talking head content, there's content creation comes in waves with personal brands, right? If you go back 5 years ago on Instagram in particular, carousels were like the hot thing that was popping off. Now YouTube channels are finding that they're going to make shorts, they're going to make epic, like, introductory kind of promo videos at the start of their podcast. Like, everyone's just getting better and more fierce at what they're doing. And I think, just sitting down, turning the camera on and hitting record and talking is now getting kind of moved into a category where it's not taken seriously anymore. I think what people are looking for on channels in particular around entrepreneurship is they want to see someone building something or doing something. It's like, take me on the journey with you. Like, the founder-led content is kind of a thing. It's like, okay, you're talking about what you can do, but like, show me, right? So people are starting to build reality shows around their businesses. People are starting to take you into their workplace. Employees of workplaces are now making content of what it's like to work in a company. So I just think that it's getting more competitive. More people are trying to enter the market. And you can't just, get in front of a camera and pretend you have a business anymore. People want to see proof and evidence that you're actually doing something substantial behind the scenes.
That kind of ties into number 2, where we do talk about market saturation. You're talking about you got to be good. What do you think has been kind of the different eras in a 2025 landscape? Is it too late to start? Or what's the different approach that you got to have?
I never think it's too late to start. I think, there's people that are, haven't even started a channel yet that are going to dunk on you and I with views and attention and conversion, the likes that we've never seen, right? So there's a Mr. Beast out there that doesn't even have a channel yet. And I think what's interesting here is it's never too late to start. I think it's just how you start and where you start is always changing. One thing is certain in life, and that change is inevitable. Platforms are going to change, algorithms are going to change. And I hear this all the time. I talk to personal brands and content creators like, what I do kind of works, but it used to work a lot better. I'm like, change. They're like, but I liked it how it was. Get over it. Like, I liked making carousels. Doesn't work anymore. Maneuver, change, evolve, do something else. I love Instagram. Doesn't get the same reward that YouTube gives me now. Like, I'm moving on. So like, I'm still going to do Instagram, but I'm focusing on a different tactic. Like, we have to be agile and we have to maneuver. And I think the enemy is that, like, if you want to create, I guess, a battlefield scenario, the enemy is like the tides are changing, like the weather's changing. And I liken this in my book, like, if you look at social media or content creation, it's seasonal. There's going to be winters, there's going to be summers, there's going to be autumns, there's going to be springs. And you can't get down in the dumps when there's a drought and you're like, I'm not getting the views I used to get, I'm not getting the comments or the engagement I used to get, so therefore I'm going to slow down. Well, if you slow down, those that speed up in those hard times, produce more content, get more value, try to be more dynamic. When the season comes good again, the algorithm comes good again, the new wave, or whatever that is, comes good again, those that are preparing in the winter are the ones that are going to do well in the springtime. So for me, I just think that when it comes to content creation, the enemy is sometimes people and themselves. But if you look externally, it's usually that there's saturation. People are getting really good at creating content now, giving away value for free. If you go into Google, you can solve every problem you want to solve right now on YouTube and Google. What gives you the right to charge money to solve that problem? You don't have a license to have their money. What gives you a license is are you worthy of their attention? And I hear this all the time. People come up to me and I do workshops with clients. They're like, our content's good. I'm like, great, put it on social media. I don't want to sell it. Well, if it's really good, put it out there for free. Let's see if it's actually good or not. They're like, well, I don't want to give away my magic. I don't want to give away my best stuff. And it's like, well, if you give it away and they don't react to it, you need to create new stuff anyway. So I think that the social contract between creators and social media right now is they expect it to be really good for free. And there's a lot of people entering the market at the same time, trying to steal your lunch and eat it in front of you. So we have to get a lot better at creating content, because every time you create a piece of content, there's no more people on the social platform per se. There's no more people spending money in a particular market. If you want to gain grounds as a creator, you have to take attention of other people. And that's why it's getting difficult, is because
Racers, made for good times since 1950.
Sensodyne Clinical White is clinically proven to whiten teeth while providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Sensodyne Clinical White, one to recommend.
Wherever you book, first check Kayak to compare car rental sites and prices to find a great deal on exactly what you're looking for.
Boom, baby. EBay. Things people love.
For life with pets, there's Chewy with everything you need for mealtime, playtime, beach time, spa time, or alone time. At great prices, delivered fast.
that's why it's getting difficult. It's because there's a lot of people out here that are really good at getting attention, and you're showing up and trying to take it off them. So that's why you have to be better than ever.
Man, we're coming out swinging on the podcast with two themes already. I feel like we went 0 to 100 real quick. Theme of the podcast is Drake, do right and kill everything. And so number 3, though. So people are tired of talking head content, kind of like reinventing yourself, maybe doing show me what you're doing, like show me the behind the scenes, even reality shows or innovative new ways of doing content. Market saturation, you got to be good. And there's also seasons. So also if you're getting prepared in the winter, then if you can outlast the competition, then you also can ride those various waves. And we're going to be unpacking that throughout this entire episode with a lot of tactics to help listeners, whether you're just starting or whether you're more advanced. And so those will be coming up. But we're talking about these 3 kind of big changes in branding and personal branding in 2025. And the third one is build a theme around yourself. Talk a little bit about that, and maybe also what you're building around yourself in general, maybe like structure and teams in regards to building a personal brand.
Yeah, there's a little to unpack here, so like feel free to nudge me around if need be. Yeah, I think themes are like when you're putting yourself in the market, people try to put you in a bucket. They try to label you, right? Like you might say, well, Seth Godin's the marketing guy, and Grant Cardone's the sales guy, and Tony Robbins is the guru. And like we tend to put like these labels on these characters, even though they're more complex and nuanced than these things. It's like Wim Hof is the breathing guy, right? David Goggins is the crazy guy with no shirt that's always yelling and running somewhere. Like we tend to simplify things. And if someone was to radically simplify you, what would they use to describe you? And if that's not what you want it to be, then how do you course correct that reaction to be what you want it to be? So for example, for a long time, I would go on podcasts and people would say, here's Dane, the Instagram guy. And I was like, God damn it. Like, I don't want to be the Instagram guy. You know what I mean? I was like, I want to be the brand guy. And I was like, well, what's giving my community and my interactions and my engagements the impression that I'm the Instagram guy? And I was like, oh, it says it in my bio. Oh, every title of every piece of content I make talks about Instagram this, Instagram that. I'm like, well, I'm throwing the language and the themes out there and they're picking up on it. So like, you need to control the narrative. Like, what are the themes that you're trying to own? Are you trying to own videographer? Are you trying to own story? Are you trying to own, creative? Are you trying to own branding, strategy? Like, what's the thing you want to own? And you have to be conscious that you need to start putting monikers out there or putting labels out there in the zeitgeist for people to pick up on and go, okay, they're that thing. And the easiest way to test this is just, ask your community, like, hey, if you were to describe me in a sentence, how would you describe me? And just see what they say back. And go, okay, cool. I'm not mad at them for describing me the wrong way. It's my responsibility to adjust what they think my brand is. And I think coming back to the challenges, it's like, well, all these people are flooding the market and entering the market. Like, what should I do about it? Is it too late? Poor little me, the algorithm sucks. Like, am I blacklisted or shadow banned? When you dial it all the way back to its simplest form, typically the biggest challenge for content creators is themselves. Like, either a lack of self-esteem or a lack of personal belief that their stuff is any good, or I'm going to be judged, or I'm not ready yet because I need to buy all this equipment and have this background and yada, yada. I think just to keep it simple here, man, like if people could just realize that there's someone on the internet right now who has no idea about your industry and is like watching YouTube content that's going to start making content about your industry and get more viewers than you, even though you've been doing this thing that you've been doing for 4, 5, 10 years. It's like he who shows up and produces media gets the attention. It doesn't matter how good you are. And this is where the fallacy between people go, well, I'm better than that person. Why do they have attention and I don't? And it comes down to the equation of like, it doesn't matter how good you are. It matters who's showing up for the audience, who's showing up for the community consistently, giving them nourishment, going, hey, I'm here. Here's entertainment. Here's content. They're showing up with a great personality, great charm, great style, and they're able to romanticize their audience. Like, look at content like flirting. Content is you flirting with an audience. We might not know if we're going to do business in the future, right? We can't go straight to going to bed together. So if you look at the greats like Alex Hormozi, Gary Vee, David Goggins, Lewis Howes, Dan Martell, like whoever you're engaging with on social media, we're flirting with them. Like, man, this guy's kind of interesting. I wonder what their story is. I wonder what they do. I wonder what their business looks like. You want to create a sense of like charisma and exchange, which we're starting a social contract together. You can't just go straight to the purchase. And I think too many people that produce social media content are only focused on, I need the leads, I need the sale outcome, rather than I got to learn how to have some riz. I got to learn how to create a bit of romance between me and the audience for them to want to hang out with me. And if they just want to hang out with me, I'll sell them stuff later.
Man, there's a lot in there. And one of my favorite things you said was also your biggest competition is yourself, because we could get so stuck in our heads and somebody else that's less talented, less prepared, maybe has less business acumen, less depth, but just more cavalier courage to just step out there and start recording might be getting the viewership. And I think sometimes we're guilty of watching somebody on the sidelines. We're sitting on the sidelines and being like, oh man, that's not even right, or picking them apart. Meanwhile, we're not taking action. And there's something about taking action, putting your content out there so you can at least be discovered. And man, we need a little riz and romance in our brands. Like, we need a little bit, content's like flirting. So we really just hit these 3 kind of big themes that we can all apply going into 2025 and beyond. But I want to go a little bit deeper on that, because part of your content strategy is having 5 core themes. Is that true? Can you break this down, and then how we can maybe start identifying what that means? And what would you say if Grant Cardone is the sales guy? If, I wrote the book YouTube Secrets, if I think I'm the YouTube guy, well, that's only one theme. who do you see that's building out, these different themes? And this kind of gets in that niche conversation where do you get too pigeonholed if all you're talking, and now your brand, but what else are you? And how are people experiencing that? And how can people follow along to develop a stronger brand as they're developing their 5 core themes?
That's a great question. I think like the core themes, and we talk about this in the book, essentially it's like you want to rotate around 5 different objective talking points, right? So like, for example, when I first started producing content on Instagram, my original themes were, hey, this is how to make content. This is how to design content. This is how to formulate content. This is how to brand your content. Like everything was about content. And it just pigeonholed me to be the content guy. So when people would DM me or reach out to go, hey, can you help me? It was always like, can you make my content for me? But my objective was I wanted to build their brand. I didn't want to make their content for them. So like what you create creates a reaction. So it's kind of like, okay, I plant this seed, the fruit I'm bearing isn't the fruit I want. I want a different fruit tree. So then I have to go plant something different. So the themes are kind of like you planting different, I guess, fruit trees in your vineyard to get a certain result that you want. The themes should certainly sit around the product suite that you offer. So when I started talking about brand strategy, brand identity, graphic design, logos, brand messaging, marketing and advertising, people started to DM me or go to my website and reach out and say, hey, can you help me with my branding? And it took a little while to get the stigma of being the content guy off and be focused on the... So you have to have themes that sit in the vernacular of what it is that you're trying to sell as a product or a service. But you want to give yourself enough variety that you don't run out of things to kind of divulge. And if something's not working, just swap it out. You know what I mean? I think people struggle to get clear on what it is that they do. So having 5 themes forces you to get clear because you could be clever, you could be charismatic, you can be cool, but if people land on your social channels and can't figure out what you do or why they should engage with you, it's very difficult for them to hit the follow button. So if you want them to hit the follow button and drop a comment and engage and pay attention, they need to understand, well, what the hell are you? Who are you? Why do you exist? Why should I care? What's in it for me? Stop talking about how great you are and start sharing with me what I get out of this relationship. We're in a social contract. We're romanticizing each other. You're romanticizing me. We're sharing our riz with each other. What do I get out of this contract? Because a lot of times when we talk to people about starting their social content, they're so focused on me, but they're not thinking about you, the audience, being of service. So the 5 key themes, it just gives you, I guess, a neighborhood to play in. Like, just give yourself 5 topics. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. And then what you'll notice is if hypothetically you post 30 pieces of content this month and you have 5 themes and you rotate what you talk about each day of the week, right? So then it's like, today I talk about logos, tomorrow I talk about color psychology, the next day I talk about messaging, then I talk about strategy, then I talk about advertising. Then I go back to the start, do it all over again. That means you post 6 pieces of content per month, 1 on each theme. 6 pieces of content each month on each 5 of your 5 themes. And then you go back at the end of the month and go, which themes resonated the most? And just look at the data. Like, every time I talk about color psychology, people go nuts and I get a ton of leads from it. Let me just talk about that a little bit more. Or let me try and find a theme that like supports that theme a little better. So I just start looking at the themes I talk about like I'm a day trader, like I'm an investor. Like I'm investing in a theme today. Let me see what the ROI of that theme investment was today and at the end of the month. And then at the end of the month, what I used to do is just go, well, this theme doesn't do anything. I get no leads from it. No one comments. No one cares. I get no reshares, no engagement on that theme. Let's just kick that theme and put something else in that place. So I just would go back and forth with this with my clients until we can get a stack of themes that actually work for their social media channel.
What's your philosophy on niching down? If you look at like a Gary Vee case study, Wine Library and wine was a couple of years, and then business content and social media. And then somebody today with a brand as big as his might be like, well, he's like, you are the niche. That's a quote that gets thrown around. And so it's like, it might be the Jets, it might still be wine, it might be NFTs and social and, anything in social marketing, commerce, online shopping, all this stuff. But he's Gary Vee, and Cardone, right, was niche sales and then real estate and then business, and they do like marriage conferences. So what's also maybe part of the journey, and I noticed your themes kind of orbit around a tip of the spear to cut through the noise. But I'm curious, for some, there's a big debate. Some people are like, you don't need to niche down. You know, you're just the niche, talk about kind of whatever you want. And, you know, in a YouTube context, not a lot of people break out doing that, but there's, you know, one or two odd stories. And so some people think that's a way to go. If someone's trying to unpack, they're multi-passionate, are they trying to niche down and then pick 5 core themes? Or if they start day one and they're like, this is going to be my wine, sales, NFT, crypto, pickleball channel, you know, that's the kind of 5 themes. Unpack that a little more.
Yeah, that's a great, I got like 4 ways I could unpack this. So yeah, like the whole thing around niching or niching, like niches get the riches kind of topic, right? Like I agree with Gary Vee, like you are your niche in some aspects, and I kind of challenge it on other aspects. So I think that's a radical oversimplification of a marketing strategy and a brand deployment potentially. Because I think the 2 things I go to, and let's just look at this maybe a little differently. So whether like shall thou niche or not, let's just put that on the shelf for now and just go, let's look at this a little bit differently. What I like to look at is like, so let's sit down. What does greatness look like for you in 5 years? Like, what are you building? Well, I want to build a company, or I want to do this, or I want to do, like, get clear on like, what is the Mount Everest that you're trying to climb? And this is a difficult question to answer, because a lot of times when I sit down with people, especially when they're starting, they're like, I want to do this and that and this and that, and it's like, cool. But just like, if you had to be the best and you were really good at like one core business model, what would that predominant primary moneymaker be for you? For me, it's an agency, right? I have a book, I have courses, I do seminars, I do this and that and all the rest of it, but I make my dough running a company. So that's like my Mount Everest, right? I like doing those other stuff, but these are all different camps up the mountain, right? But my Mount Everest that pays for all this other stuff is, you know, running a company. So back to like, well, you know, what is your Mount Everest? Like you need to figure out like, where do you want to be in 5 years? What does greatness look like? And look at the future. You need to like really cast yourself out there at least 5 years. Then come back into the present and be like, well, where am I now? Right? So at the beginning, I was like, I work at Telstra. I have a $200,000 debt. I'm depressed. I hate my job. I hate my boss. I hate what I do every day. My Mount Everest was like, hey, I wonder if I could build an agency, make $1 million a year and have 5 employees. That was my Mount Everest at the very beginning 6 years ago. And what you need to ask yourself is like, okay, if that's my Mount Everest and this is where I am now, there's one frame of thinking that you need to have, and it's split thinking, right? So I need to work from the current toward the future, and I need to work from the future back to now. I need to work from both ends, and I need to figure out like how this pathway leads up the mountain. And you can't just think current forward and future back. You need these 2 to kind of work synergistically together. Within that, what is that pathway? For me, it was like, I got to make content, I got to generate leads for this agency. But then I realized like no one cares about me and my Mount Everest. They care about themselves and their Mount Everest. So I was like, well, people are out here trying to, you know, produce content and get attention. I'm going to start my pathway doing that. I realized early on that my pathway was kind of shitty, and I was like, I want a better pathway up this mountain. That's when I went and hopped into branding instead of talking about content creation. The point is, the niche is like, well, you're the character on the journey. And are you interesting? Are you charismatic? Do you have quirks and like interesting things that make you a human being, make you likable? Like, why do your friends hang out with you? There's something about you that they like. You're a character in their universe. You're a virtual character in a virtual universe for people you don't know, right? So back to the niche thing, I think where you can go wrong is if you try to be for everyone, quote unquote, right? So I see this all the time. I sit down in a workshop and I've sat down with billionaires, millionaires, startups, and I hear this all the time. I ask them, who's your target audience? And they say, well, Dane, our target audience is everyone. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Explain how that works. Well, we do this and we do that. I'm like, cool. Is it working? No. Well, I wonder why. Because if you try to speak to everyone, we're speaking to no one. Like, put 100 people in a room, try to get them to agree. Not happening. It's like herding cats. So for me, I guess to put a full stop on this is like, you have to be a unique character. You have to be you, and you have to be a human being. But you have to be clear on what your route to the top of the mountain is, and you have to build themes around that. Because if people discover you, and they can't figure out how to describe you, they're going to forget you. Like, you need to be distinctive. And if you look at Grant Cardone, and if you look at these characters, most big brands started off niche, right? Nike, we make shoes for people who run. And Phil Knight was making shoes with a waffle iron. And it was all about running. That was it. Like, you got to remember, like, oh, Nike sells shoes to everyone. No, they don't. They started off selling to runners. They crushed that category. They built brand equity, and then they line extended. They're like, if we can crush running, can we crush tennis? Can we move laterally into basketball and do the same thing? Well, yeah, because runners want to win. Basketball players want to win. Tennis players want to win. Well, let's speak to the part of the athlete that wants to win. So then they crush the athlete market. And they're like, well, athletes don't just want to win. Everyone wants to win. Everyone's an athlete, right? So Nike speaks to the part of you that wants greatness. So if you're trying to build a brand, you have to figure out what part of your audience are you speaking to? Are you speaking to their fired up part? Because a part of me likes David Goggins yelling at me, but another part of me likes Simon Sinek calmly talking to me. So there's different parts of me, and there's different personal brand options that speak to different parts of me. So what you have to realize is you have to niche to what part of a person are you speaking to, and you have to be clear about it.
Take that a little bit deeper before we go on. So is that like a tone aspect of your brand? Meaning, like, maybe, and this is like certainly the case, I know for me, I've gotten business advice from a lot of people. I've been to a lot of different business events, marketing advice from a lot of people. But you said if we're going to speak to a certain part of me, I also can learn from, call it that Grant Cardone energy. But that's probably not my favorite energy. And so there's others that bring it differently, but he's got a lot of wisdom on one side. So when that was like that final nugget you just dropped, sounds to me like tone. Is that what you're saying? Or can you expand on that?
Yeah, I'll expand on that a little bit. So, like, I think, like, a lot of things make the whole. So there's a great book you can get on this, and the book's called No Bad Parts. And it talks about how human beings aren't essentially always one format, right? So at work, you might work in finance, you might be like rigid and task-oriented and like super methodical about your day-to-day operation and what you do in your career. On the weekends, you don't give a task, you don't have any plans, you just want to hang out, drink beer, and go to the beach and surf and figure it out as you go. So you have two different parts. You have the like radical weekend hang out with my friends part of you. You have the gonna go hang out with my parents part of you, look after my little nephew part of you, crush it at work part of you, the dating, flirting part of you. So we have parts to ourselves. And what I would say is to tone, like tone can speak to someone's part. Outfit, style. So like think about what stimulates someone. Visual stimulation, verbal stimulation, I guess emotional stimulation. And then you have figurative stimulation. So like a concept when you get an aha moment or the penny drops in your mind, like, goosebumps. Like these things need to be distinctive. And if you're inconsistent with those distinctive triggers or mechanisms, you look like a crazy person. You're unclear, you're unsafe. It's like when you hang out with your friends and they're constantly flipping personalities, constantly talking about things that are irrelevant and confusing. You just don't want to hang out with them. I think a lot of people on social media just scramble and it's unclear. They're undefined. They're undistinctive. And I think they do that because they're just trying to find out what the algorithm wants. If they just focus on studying the greats and identifying what works for them and their style, Grant Cardone figured out what works for him. You figured out what works for you. And you don't have to be like Hormozi. You don't have to be like Gary Vee. And I think this is why Gary's like, you are your niche. He's like, just be you. But like, you still also have to get clear on what that is and whether it works or not. I'll give you one last example. So like, if I'm on a sales call, people call me the smiling assassin. So on a sales call, I have to, in many cases, talk to corporations. I oftentimes I'm in a boardroom and there's like 16 people, the company's worth $400 million. And I'm trying to tell them why I'm the guy that should solve their branding problems, right? Like, what does this guy know about, his hat and his pair of bands? How can he help our corporation? You know what I mean? So I have to use a tone that's like, guys, I'm here to help. I'm here to support you. I'm here to get to the resolution. But we need to talk about the numbers. So like I'm smiling, but I'm hitting them with a tone that's like slightly serious, but I'm taking the edge off by smiling and using friendly, calming, approachable body language. There's like layers to this. So like, and then again, if I'm hanging out with my kids, I'm not doing that. I'm not smiling at my kids and like telling them what to do around the house, but you have to figure out what are the mechanisms that you as a character has to put together to get the audience reaction or to get the sales mechanisms or engagement that you want. But back to the smiling assassin thing is I have to use tone because I have to take the edge off, but I have to be like, we're seriously solving a problem here, but I'm not gonna be a dick about it. So we're gonna have fun and we're gonna enjoy the process.
So much wisdom there and a lot of insights to unpack for our own personal brands. And just to clarify, is this book called No Bad Parts, Healing Trauma and Restoring Wholeness with the Internal Family Systems Model?
Exactly right. And you might say, well, what the hell has that got to do with branding? So that book, I think what it is like, I don't know if you study like Carl Jung or like psychology or NLP or anything of that nature, but all human beings have trauma, every single one of us. And that trauma shows up in our personality traits and how we show up in day-to-day life. And again, it's like when you are like, I want to start making content, but I'm scared. And then you start thinking about people are going to judge me. I'm going to get bullied. I'm going to get ridiculed. They're going to laugh at me. And like, that's trauma coming up from your childhood, from your parents or what have you. Doesn't mean it's bad. It's just like we've had terrible experiences in life. And later on in life, when you want to become a content creator, that trauma tends to show up. And when I do workshops or in-person events, everyone's talking about branding and content. And under the hood, they're actually coming to terms with their trauma. And I think that's a great book for anyone who's looking at building a personal brand to understand, hey, what part of you wants to make content? But what part of you is holding you back? And how do you get those two to hang out?
Here we are. 2025, we're going deep on this branding conversation, and we'll of course link this stuff up in the show notes. This is the #1 bestseller in NLP psychotherapy, over 3,880 reviews. Looks like a legendary book and powerful tie-in to how we can all grow in this area. Okay, we're actually going to get into the brand fundamentals. I mean, I actually kind of want to get a definition of branding. Think about some of the next steps that we can do in regards to making a 90-day push to updating our brand. I do want to encourage people to check out Dane's book, which we will also link up in the show notes, the 90-day brand plan. And we'll talk about that later. But before we get there, one last kind of question in the introduction, and as far as my notes go, so we're really still just getting started, you're great at creating content, especially Instagram. You used to really be, that was sort of like you mentioned, you were the content guy. Now you're the brand guy. But you focus heavily on creating shareable content that triggers emotional responses. Do you have a framework, or how do you try to do this consistently? And obviously, listening to this podcast, we can extrapolate that to be thinking maybe more about, man, is this content shareable? How can we trigger emotions? Give us a few tips here.
Yeah, great question. I think when it comes to content creation, it's all emotional. If you go through TikTok, if you go through YouTube, if you go through X, if you go through Instagram, just look at the reshares and look at the comment section of the most viral content that shows up on your feed. Like right now, I don't know if you've seen what's going on in New Jersey with all of the lights in the sky and everyone's freaking out about it. So there tends to be, whether we look at media or news, or whether we look at politics, or whether we look at content creation, it always comes back to emotionally led content. The news and politics are great at this. They sensationalize things that may be mundane or normal. They make the everyday thing seem like an exceptionally negative thing that you need to be focusing on. So when you're making content, if you inject a bit of sensationalism around the emotion behind what it is you're talking about, it makes it all that more attractive to share with others. So we tend to share things that emotionally grip us. If we see a phenomenal movie, you have to see this movie. If we go, Kendrick's just dropped a new album, it's fire, you have to send it to your friends because you're emotionally reacted to it. So we tend to share what makes us emotional with those that we want to share our emotions with. So if you look at content, it's no different. Content essentially is just the social landscape of people sharing their emotions with each other, full stop. You could be like, I'm sharing wisdom and knowledge. Nope. At the end of the day, we do everything pretty much led through our emotions. The framework I use for this is there's kind of 7 key emotions that tend to get the most viral traction when you share content. And those 7 things are...
Hey, we're about to get back into the podcast in just a second, but I have a question for you. Do you want to grow your personal brand this year? Do you need more leads and sales in your business? If the answer is yes, then right now is the best time to go all in on YouTube. Today's podcast is brought to you by thinkmasterclass.com, where you can get on-demand access to a 1-hour deep dive training revealing how to start and grow a profitable YouTube channel this year. For a limited time, you can get access to this on-demand class entirely for free, where you will learn the 3 biggest mistakes that people make when starting a YouTube channel, the new rules and changes that have been happening on YouTube and how you can use them to create an unfair advantage, and the exact strategy we use at Think Media to generate over 350,000 organic views every single day. The data is clear. 70% of viewers claim that YouTube makes them more aware of new brands. So don't wait any longer to start growing your brand and business with YouTube. Just go to thinkmasterclass.com to get access to this no-fluff, highly tactical, free on-demand training. That's thinkmasterclass.com.
Essentially, number 1, and which gets out of the way, is like sex. You know, things that are provocative, things that are promiscuous or sexy tend to get attention, tend to get shit.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays. Because a romantic hotel works for some.
Is that a mirror?
But not others. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Push that. Pump that. Work that. Push that. Work out.
Do you know Cheez-It made extra toasty?
Of course. Want it? Need it? Cheez-It.
Feels better, clean, or a manicure? We won't tell your nail tech.
What?
If you feel held back by the weight of financial decisions, we can give you the tools to help you break free. Credit Karma gives you personalized guidance to improve your credit, savings, taxes, and more, so you can find your way to money. Intuit Credit Karma. Karma you can count on.
Not particular for myself, but hey, it exists. It's out there. Number 2 is like really thinking about things that are like hilarious or humorous or funny or they just make you laugh. Like Mr. Beast is just funny. Like I like watching his content. I think David Goggins personally is funny. It just makes me feel good. I just like, damn, this guy's just humorous. Even though he's being deadpan serious, I kind of get a kick out of it, right? Super shareable. Next is like things that are inflammatory. So things that like, you know, might trigger an argument. You know, we can think of certain characters in the world right now that when they say or share an opinion, there's 2 camps. There's a camp that's for them and the camp that's against them. Doesn't matter. That debate is interesting. Again, a lot of emotion there. People like to argue. People like to debate. But most people aren't into the inflammatory piece. Next is things that are like strange or weird or odd. Like when you watch a piece of content, you're like, what the hell is going on here? Like you see Mr. Beast doing something like he's like, we're going to surround this Lamborghini with stuff that this guy spent $10,000 on at Walmart to try to protect the Lamborghini. If he wins, he gets to keep the Lamborghini. Like, what? Like, this is strange. Like, what the hell you want to watch? Then we go into things that are like prolific. So they give you goosebumps. It's like Simon Sinek talking about, you know, Start With Why in his TED Talk. It's just like deep. It's immersive. It's like interesting. It's intimate. And then lastly, it's like looking at things that are aspirational, like feats of strength, like Red Bull doing stunts. It's like, you know, the things that give you a sense of before and after. Like, here's a story of poverty and now they're rich. Like, we like the stories of aspiration. If you just look at the reshares, look at these 7 things and ask yourself, what cocktail of these things is in that piece of content that made it go viral? Is it sex mixed with humor? Is it humor mixed with aspiration? Is it weird and prolific? Is it, weird and aspirational? Like usually it's a mixture. Then you add a character, then you add a theme, then you add, an audience that it's targeted to. Then you have a viral piece of content. So when people say to me, you can't create virality, I'm like, yes, you can. Look at Liquid Death. Look at Mr. Beast. They know emotion sells content. And if you can get really good at understanding human psychology, like with that book I shared with you, and understand how humans actually react emotionally to everything, you can start to get pretty damn good at content if you can understand how human beings react.
Man, I'm loving this. This is genius stuff. But I got 6 of the 7 emotions. So there's one more. Which one are we missing?
Oh, I'm sorry. The last one is danger. Things that are like terrifying. They could maybe trigger vertigo. You know, when you're watching someone like fly down a mountain on a mountain bike, you're like, oh my God, like this person could like fall off the cliff, or they're snowboarding off a cliff or something nuts. I think danger tends to get our attention. It's like when you're, driving on a highway, you see a car accident, you're like, oh, danger. Like it just seems to get our attention. So however you mix these together, this tends to be the human, I guess, emotional responses that get the most sensationalized reaction. And the news tend to work really hard on danger. Like this is like danger here, danger there. It just keeps you locked in and focused. And I think it's a primal reaction. These emotions tend to drive our behavior in many ways.
It's really fascinating. And I am curious, though, because you're saying we can really architect virality if we mix these emotions, have a character, a theme, and an audience. But a lot of people listening might be thinking, okay, though, in maybe a business context, I'm not going to do something dangerous. I could pull some of these in maybe. And maybe also viral isn't the only goal. Of course, I want the views, but I also want the right views that are going to lead to leads and customers. So if you were to apply this to kind of your average everyday person who's a little bit stuck on like, almost like I don't want to do these. Like, I don't necessarily want to go inflammatory. I'm not funny. I'm not taking my shirt off and starting an OnlyFans. Maybe prolific because I've built thought leadership, and maybe aspirational because aspirational for what I've achieved as a mom, aspirational for what I've achieved as a business owner. Maybe I'm trying to show that off as building a family. There could be practical things. Pull this in, and maybe I don't go viral, but I'm still getting more into this emotional led mindset of the content that I'm doing.
You make a good point there. And I think that, you can take all of these to an extreme. But if you look at sex, it's like you're attractive. Therefore, people are just more likely to subconsciously pay attention to what you're saying, right? Or humor might just be you're kind of joyful or cheeky or a little playful. You know what I mean? Like you just dial it back a little bit. You don't have to be a hilarious comedian. You could just be like, oh, this guy's kind of interesting and kind of looking at it in an interesting light. Weird or strange could be like you're wearing a quirky outfit. You have an interesting background. You have a hat that says think on it. Like that's interesting. Like what's that about? And then inflammatory might be like you're a little challenging. You're like, well, give me the better answer here. So, okay, like a little inflammatory. Or you might even say like when it comes back to danger, it's like, hey, the 3 things to avoid when you're building a business. Ooh. What are the things I need to avoid? Sounds a little dangerous. So it could be a little, it could be a lot. You know what I mean? We don't have to turn the spice all the way up to ghost pepper. It's like you just have a little sprinkle of a little bit of something in there. It has to be emotional. And these tend to be the emotions that get the most traction. If you were to engineer virality, I, for one, don't like trying to chase virality. I like to make content that I think is interesting and that can genuinely help people. But I understand that if I was to be like, hey, this is how you build a brand. A, you do this. B, you do this. C, you do this. Or if I say, hey, the 3 mistakes you definitely don't want to make when you're starting your brand, you're like, ooh, okay, a little bit of danger. Tell me more. So you just need to add a bit of drama or a bit of sensationalism, just a little bit to your content to make it a little bit more fascinating, a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And this could be the very missing piece. You're listening to this right now of why you're struggling to get views or why you're struggling to break through. Dane, you just said a quote. It has to be emotional. And I think 99% of creators actually are not sitting down and thinking about what emotions am I tapping into? How am I tapping into this? I mean, your thought leadership is clear. I've never heard anybody say that content is the social landscape of people sharing emotions. And it's an entirely different paradigm shift, which is going to be so helpful to us at the Think Media Podcast, creating content in this year and beyond. All right, well, we've covered a lot, but I do want to unpack a few next steps for branding. And we're already halfway into this conversation, but I think branding is so weird for people because they're like, does it just mean I have a good logo? Does it mean, is it my slogan? And so there's like your brand, your branding, your brand strategy, your brand identity. So what is your definition of brand?
That's a great question. It often gets confused, and a lot of experts and talking heads can be like, it's this, it's that, it's this, it's that. whatever I say here, people are going to challenge it. But there's a definition I like to adhere to, and it's pretty close to academia, pretty close to what you would see as a discussion, between executives at Nike and Pepsi and so on. And I guess the zeitgeist in the upper stratosphere of branding and in the upper echelons tends to be this. Your brand is what your market says or thinks you are. So like your opinion of me and my opinion of you, like that's our version of each other's brands. What do you think of Liquid Death? I put a Liquid Death can in front of people. I like to just watch their reaction. Some people go, whoa, what is this? I've never seen this before. Is this a beer? I'm like, it's water. And they're like, what? Sometimes I put it in front of people like, God, what is that? I'm like, it's just water. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Like people have a visceral, immediate reaction just to a graphic design style. The design style can elicit brands. Tonality can elicit brands. My outfit can tell you about who I am. You walk into a room, you scan people's outfits, you judge who they are. That's their brand in your head. You decide what the world's brands are to you. Eye of the beholder. For me, for someone to sit in front of me and go, my brand's this, I'm like, cool, but tell me what your market think it is. Well, the market think it's great. Show me proof, show me receipts, give me testimonials, give me quotes. So I sit down with companies all the time. They sit down in front of me to do our strategy sessions and they say to us, we have a great brand. I'm like, great, where's your case studies, where's your testimonials? Oh, we don't have any. Okay, cool. We'll have, what have people said about you? Well, what do you mean? Well, what's people's opinion of your brand? Well, we don't know. It's like, well, your brand isn't what you think it is. It's what your market think it is. And if you don't talk to the market and ask them, hey, what do you think our brand is? You're flying blind. So for me, branding is what the market think you are or think your entity or company or corporation is. Branding is essentially, I like to use a metaphor for what I think branding is. And it's like, well, what's your Mount Everest? Well, I want my agency to be the fastest growing agency in Australia. I want to work with big fashion labels and successful e-commerce brands. I want to have a team of 50 staff. I want to have a really cool, fun culture. And I want to work with like fired up, excitable entrepreneurs. That's my goal. Okay, cool. That's your anchor. You're casting to the top of the mountain. That's the outcome that you want. Branding is climbing to that summit. If we break it down a little further, strategy to me is like what's the route to get there? Like, where's the mile markers? How do I know I'm going to hit them? How do I implement it? How do I make sure it happens and have accountability for that system? And then the brand tactics is like, well, what are those actions? What tools do I need? What channels am I distributing them through? And how do I make that happen? And brand identity is the visual identity that elicits those outcomes. So if I produce a piece of content or I put a product on a shelf or I build a website, the proclivity that people have when they immediately see the visual design and then they read the copywriting, they're making a decision in their head. So very much you're left with design and verbal language to train your audience to think of your brand the way you want them to think of it. So you know how I said earlier, I had social media content, but every piece of content said how to build Instagram, how to grow Instagram, how to design Instagram content. People see that messaging, they see the design, they decide, oh, Dave's the Instagram guy. So how you kind of sprinkle your touch points into the marketplace elicits the brands, but most cases, people don't have a brand. And this is what I mean. If you sat down with your target audience, and I'm not talking about personal branding, I'm talking maybe from more a company perspective. If you have a service or you have a product,
Push that. Pump that. Work that. Push that. Work out.
Why would I use Kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once? I like to do things myself. I can't trust anything else to do the job right.
Kayak. Search one and done.
Racers. Made for good times since 1950.
I am stuck on Band-Aid brand because Band-Aid stuck on me.
Lather, rinse, repeat. It never feels like enough. It's not your products, it's your water. Culligan water softeners prevent damaging hard water buildup, revitalizing your hair and skin. Upgrade your routine with Culligan.
and you survey 10 people that purchase said service or product and ask them how to describe it, and they describe the features and benefits of the product, you don't have a brand. If they talk about the experience and how it felt and what it meant to them, you have a brand. This is the zeitgeist that I tend to sit in, which is like, if you can figure out how to understand, well, what is your branding destination? What would you like people to say your brand is when you get there? What the tactics and the strategy is along the way, and how to figure out how to get this whole thing to work together. And it's not easy. That's what I tend to say is like, if you can get good at those things or have someone on your team who's good at those things, you're going to have a lot better success growing your company.
So I want to unpack, this is powerful. Your brand is what the market says about you. Then your branding, how do you want to be positioned? Then your brand strategy, what's the roadmap to get there, as well as tactics, the actual activities and things you do. Brand identity then breaks down into the visuals, things people see, and the writing, which may also just, in video especially, show up as language, the way you talk, what you say. So many people listening to this, though, are starting. They're maybe kind of on the sidelines making their plan. They're in an early stage. They're also just trying to figure things out. And so this question of like, what does the market say about you? It's like, well, nothing. I don't have a market yet. I don't even really have even maybe an initial audience, or it's not a big enough case study, or I have a viral short. And even by viral, we say VFM, viral for me. I had a YouTube short get 22,000 views. Well, vertical content, that's cool. And it's a really cool milestone, but like, that's not impact. That's not like a level of depth of people would recognize you. They're recognizing your logo. Some people listening to this, one of my biggest pet peeves, man, their YouTube avatar is still the letter of their name. Like, I'm offended personally for everybody, especially if you're on the YouTube channel today. You need to actually like at least get that figured out, and then get Dane's book to even take it to another level to figure out really what that should be. But apply this a little bit if you're not a corporation and you're a new personal brand. Maybe you're also a successful business owner. You got a product and service. You've scaled to 6 figures, multiple 7 figures, but your brand sucked the whole way. Like, you didn't really need a brand, like, because you had a good product and there's some word of mouth, but your messaging wasn't super clear, but the product solved the problem. So if you're at a place where like, man, I can't get much feedback here, how do you start dialing this in, and how do you think about this?
Yeah, you raised a good point there. So I'm going to hit this 3 different ways. 1 is with a metaphor, 2 is with logic, and then 3 is maybe a few things that people can do. So the first and foremost, like, I guess the metaphor here is like, if you're starting, essentially you have to kind of imagine yourself like a coming of age, right? So like, it's like moving out from your parents' house for the first time. It's terrifying. Like, I got to pay rent, I got to organize food, I got to do my own dishes, I got to do my washing. Like, it's overwhelming the amount of stuff you have to do to like have a social channel that starts to get traction. But what you have to do is get obsessed with like finding ways to enjoy it. That's the first step. But to get over the fear, it's almost like I liken it to stepping out to the wilderness with a survival pack and going, I'm just going to go trudge out into the wilderness that is social media and find a spot to set up, right? My initial spot, camp, I metaphorically set up. I was like, I'm going to set up a camp and a little campfire here, which was like, I'm going to teach people how to make Instagram content. I thought I was a genius. I'm going to teach Instagram content and how to do it on Instagram. I'm like, who on Instagram doesn't want to learn this stuff? I was like, I'm a genius. Let's do it. And it worked, but it didn't get the reaction that I wanted. We'll come back to this when I go into, I guess, breaking it into logic. So back to the metaphor. You're stepping out into the wilderness. You're setting up a campfire. And we talk about this in the book. And it's like, well, every campfire that you create one day could become an empire. But for sure, every empire that exists once upon a time was a campfire. So if you look at the great city of Rome, once upon a time, people showed up, put a little campfire in the ground, and were like, this is a great place to hang out. And then that turned into Rome. So if you're trying to create your Rome, understand that it always starts with literally a campfire. Maybe in the modern age, maybe not, but like if we use the medieval concept, let's just stay there. So for the sake of this, imagine building a personal brand, like stepping out to the wilderness, picking a spot, just anywhere, just pick a camp to be like, this is good enough for now. Let's just set up. We might move later. Let's just try this. Set up a little campfire. The metaphor of the campfire is you producing heat to attract people to go, ooh, this is kind of cool. This is entertaining. This is exciting. What's going on over here? A little bit of content. And every time you put a log on the fire, that's a piece of content. And the only way to stoke the brand fire is to put a log on the fire consistently. If you stop putting logs on the fire, you stop producing content, you're never going to produce enough heat to build an audience, to build a tribe, to build an empire. So if you could just get comfortable just going, hey man, I'm not alone. I'm just going to keep adding logs to the fire. No one sees it. So what? I'm learning how to chop wood. I'm learning what types of wood I want to use. I'm learning how it kind of creates a reaction. Different wood creates different heat. Different wood lasts longer than others. You're just getting comfortable with the process. Before long, people start to show up and go, hey, we're kind of lost out here in the wilderness. This is kind of cool. Can we hang out here? You're like, sure. They grab a seat. What happens is the bigger the campfire gets, the more heat it produces, the more entertaining you are, the more, I guess, bells and whistles that your brand has, the more attractive your campsite becomes. And you can amplify your campsite by collaborating with others. We're collaborating right now. Like your campfire, your audience that are listening to this, who love you, who love hanging around your campfire, getting nourishment and insights and entertainment from you, are like, who's the hell is this Dane guy? Now there's a pathway between the listeners of this podcast back to potentially my podcast or my event or my book or whatever I'm doing. We're creating a pathway between us. And you have to look at building a personal brand like building a business. You have to find other people to collaborate with. You have to find events to go to and collect a new audience to say, I got a campfire if you want to come hang out at it. Before long, if you get good at building a campfire, you can turn it into a business. And the metaphor here is like essentially build a campfire first, get good at making content, get good at creating a social contract and emotionally engaging with your audience. And then they'll tell you, we're hungry. They're like, great, I can sell you something. What do you want? You want a burger? You know what I mean? So like, do you want to sell a book? Do you want to sell a course? Do you want to like, don't start with the sale. Don't get out there in the wilderness and be like, what am I going to sell? There's no one out there. Like start a campfire first, build an audience first, and allow the audience to tell you, dude, we would really like it if you wrote us a book. Dane, we'd really like it if you created a podcast. All right, here you go. We would really like it, Dane, if you created us a course about how to build a personal brand. Okay, well, here you go. Hey, Dane, we'd really like it if like you could come out to the US and like do some speaking and some events. All right, here you go. So like I've never decided, I've just allowed my audience to demand what they wanted and I just give it to them. Christo does the exact same thing. He's like, I just make content. I wait till the audience react. I give what they want. So that's the metaphor. The logic to this is that when you start making content, you're just trying to get data. Like, don't worry about going viral or getting a fan base. Just like produce a piece of content, look at the data. The data is they like this piece, they didn't like that piece. They commented on this, they shared that, but they didn't like this. You're just collecting data. Then you try to build enough data. 1 week of content isn't a lot of data. 2 weeks of content is a lot of data. 2 months content isn't really a lot of data. I think the reason I chose 90 days for the book was it's enough time to create enough data and create enough momentum. The data is, well, how many people followed? How many people engaged? What do they engage with? You just start to look at the numbers and the statistics. Then the information above that is like, well, okay, they like this. What are the actionable insights? Well, the actionable insights of, the data to the information to the insights is if I make more of that, I get a better outcome. Okay, cool. Let's do more of that. Then you learn, okay, well, out of doing more of that, this one did even better. So the only way to go from data to wisdom is to look at the data, copy the information, get insights from that information, do something about it, and go through this cycle of like action, learn, action, learn, action, learn. If you do that for 90 days, at the end of it, you'll have a little bit of wisdom. You're like, okay, like I think my audience kind of like this. I got some wisdom about how to solve their problem. I got some wisdom about what products I could create next. But you can't go from nothing to wisdom. You have to go through these layers of collecting data, making sense of the information, choosing the insights that matter, taking action of those insights, learning what does and doesn't work. That's the only way to get to wisdom.
Man, this is rich. And you're making complex things simple with this campfire analogy. I think Media Podcast listeners, this podcast is really a blueprint. And I want to challenge us to really commit to the next 90 days. Whenever you're listening to this, especially those that are on the sidelines, 1 week's not enough. 2 weeks is not enough. A lot of people make New Year's resolutions, but they only get 3 weeks in. They don't even get enough momentum or enough data. So if you're listening to this right now, I just want to encourage you. We're going to get to a little bit more from the book in a bit, but pick up the book, make a plan, and really commit to 90 days of putting logs on the fire so that you also can get some data, so you can get some wisdom. And so you don't have to overthink about why didn't this work in month 1 or even month 2, but give yourself enough time to either commit or recommit to starting your channel, because there's so much wisdom here. And I do want to get to a little bit of the 90-day framework as we land the plane in a moment. But I want to ask you, personal brands versus corporate brands. And business owners that listen to this podcast sometimes even wonder, should they even be a personal brand? Should they hire somebody else in the company or appoint someone else to be on camera? There's a lot of different approaches. But you say that personal brands build trust faster than corporate brands because they're about character, while corporate brands are about capability. Can you explain what this is and why this matters?
Yeah, that's a great point. I think, like whatever it is that we do, we tend to fall in love with people and human beings. And then if we look at human beings have a few things. One is they have a story. They have an origin story. They had a defining moment. They have the trajectory that their life is on. They have enemies. They have friends. They have catchphrases. They have outfits. They have tonality. They have color. It's difficult for a company to have those things. And this is why you see a Nike partner with a Michael Jordan. Or this is why you see famous celebrities like Tom Segura partnering with Liquid Death. Like, you can use a person as an emotional extension to your brands to add a sense of personality, right? Harley Davidson's the rebel. Google's the sage, right? Companies tend to have personality. And I think the reason that we're more attracted to people and their character than we are to a company's capability, well, I don't need a company's capability every day, but I like connecting with people every day. You know what I mean? So I would say that if you were to say, which one do you need? In today's day and age, the landscape is changing. And what I've been witness to in the landscape is I've been working with entrepreneurs for about 10 years. And when I started the company 5 years ago, working with business owners, the conversation was, hey, what's the deal with personal branding? 3 years ago, it was, should I start a personal brand? 2 years ago, it was, hey, I'm thinking about starting a personal brand. And today, most entrepreneurs are like, I got to build a personal brand. So like the landscape's changed because people are starting to realize that these kids on social media, millennials or whatever, are making more money than them, and they've been in an industry for a decade or more. Like, how the hell is this guy on YouTube making more money than me? I've been doing this for 10 years. The point is, business owners are realizing that people that make media and produce content as a personal brand are stealing their clients. They're taking the market by storm because 5 years ago, we spent a lot of time on social media, but today we spend our lives on social media. And I think the social transaction between people is predominantly online. And those that win online are going to win a business. You can't just win business by word of mouth anymore. So to really break these apart is personal branding is a lot more about character. It's a lot more about style and presence and story, whereas companies are typically about capability, outcomes, and producing some kind of product or service in the market. It's not always interesting to look at products and services. No one goes on Instagram to follow companies. People go on Instagram, they go on TikTok, they go on YouTube to engage with content from people that they align with. And there's really only two reasons that we're really attracted to personal brand is human beings like to be around people that they like and that feel like they are like them. This is why you have a right and a left in politics is people like, I align this way or I align that way or I'm a centralist or whatever it is. Like we tend to hang out with those we see the world the same way with. The second thing is we follow personal brands because we want to be like them. You follow Alex Hormozi or Gary Vee or Chris Do because you're like, man, I want to be like that guy or that girl. Like we have a part of ourselves that aspires to be more, so that we're attracted to that. Companies just can't really do the same thing. So if you're looking for an edge or an advantage on social media, you need to think about how do I create founder-led content about the company that I'm building. And an example of this is a guy named Paul Boy Coffee. There's a guy who started a channel. He had a cafe. It wasn't making money. So he started making content about how much money he was losing. Then he started making content about how much it costs for the beans and how he was just a warm, interesting, wholesome guy. And he's kind of humorous, kind of self-deprecating, back to the emotion piece. And he's just aspirational. It's just I want the guy to win. So what happened is if you go to his social channel now, when he opens the door in the morning, he has a line out the door. He's making content about all these rad people that are supporting him. And I was like, oh, I'm making a little bit of profit now. I can buy a better machine now. And people are rooting for this character. We love stories. There's something in us that is, whether it's our ancestors sitting around a campfire, we love stories. We love human beings. And I think if you want an unfair advantage over your competition, and if you want to steal your competitor's lunch and eat it in front of them, you need to learn how to maybe use a personal brand.
Poor Boy Coffee looks like he's got 59,000 followers on Instagram now. I think I found him, poorboy.coffee.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and what a cool story. There's so many nuggets in there and things we can apply to our personal brands. And if you have a more business brand, when you were talking about Nike, it just made me think that like influencer marketing is not new.
It's not. It's been around since like ancient times, man. Like the word influence is just a new buzzword that we use to describe like what is it that makes it so that person can influence an outcome. And the word influencer isn't even cool anymore. It's now about founder-led content. That's the new thing. It's like, they're a founder. So I think it's not new. Like we've been following what others do since ancient times. Like Cleopatra wears that type of makeup. I'm going to wear that type of makeup, right? Like it's the Caesars dress a certain way. I'm going to dress a certain way. We tend to be influenced by the zeitgeist of our cultures, the populace that we live in. And it's like a hedonic treadmill. We tend to be like that which is around us. You hang around people that complain and bemoan all the time, you start to complain and bemoan. You hang around with a Grant Cardone long enough, you start to get a little bit of energy, you start to sell stuff. Like we need to put ourselves in positions of success. And if you're not getting the success you want on your social channels, on your Instagram and your business, put yourself in an environment around people that are doing it and crushing it. Like we need to be close to people, and those I think that have the most success in business are the most obsessed with building relationships with valuable people.
Let's talk about the 90-day framework. So as we kind of land the plane, give us some next steps now. First 30 days, 30 to 60, final sprint. People can pick up your book, highly recommended, and definitely save this podcast and work through all of these, because my hope and intent here was that we all level up our brands. If you are established, I know I got work to do. If you are just starting, now you have a roadmap. But what could happen for your brand, for your reach of your content, for your income, if you dialed in some of these details over the next 90 days? I love books personally, buy so many of them, because it's actually pretty wild for, $20, $30, how much wisdom you can get from somebody and how impactful it can be. That's a 10x return, 100x return, 1,000x return of the wisdom you can have in a book when it's applied. But if you kind of just walk us through 90 days, what are we actually going to be doing over the next 90 days, and some milestones we could aim for, at least at a high level? And then again, in the show notes is a copy of the book if you want to order that on Amazon. And we'll come back to some final resources that Dane has as well. Talk about the 90 days.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm going to steal your plane analogy and kind of play with that a little bit. And also, like, I noticed you got a hammer on your wall there, so I'm going to use that. So I think there's this cliche or this phrase. It's like, if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? Like if all you're focused on is like, I need leads, then social media just looks like a platform to get leads on. Like you need to stop looking at social media like a platform to generate leads on. You need to go, okay, this is a public library, and people either want to get entertainment, they want to get Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings, or they want to educate themselves on like mathematics or science, or people either want to learn or they want to entertain themselves, or a mix of the two. No one's going to the public library to get sold to or to become your lead. So if you start respecting social media, it's social and it's media. So if you go, okay, how do I make something that's sociable, and how do I make something that's media centric? Just sit in that pocket. The second thing is, if you look at the 90-day brand plan, like taking off in a plane. So imagine you're sitting in the cockpit on the runway of a Boeing 747, you're the pilot. This is what it feels like to start your 90-day brand plan. Now, it's the first time you're in that plane. You've never flown a plane before. And to make it even worse, the windshield's painted black. And it's your job to take off. This is what it feels like. You're like, oh my God, is it going to work? Am I going to crash and burn? Am I going to die? Like, people literally think they're going to die if they just start posting content. So what I suggest to them is, like, what happens is, if you're in that cockpit and your family are on board and they're depending on you to succeed, I kind of play these games with myself because it makes life a bit more interesting and colorful. But if you're taking off down the runway, taxiing down the runway, this is what I want you to expect for the first 30 days. The first 30 days of you producing content is you just taxiing to get to the start of the runway. You know, when you get on the flight and you're like driving, it feels like you're driving around a car park and you're like, well, are we going to take off anytime soon? Like, you need to taxi to the runway. The first 30 days is like, you're like, when are we going to take off? Like, what's happening? Like, nothing seems to be getting any traction. Where are the clouds? You can't expect clouds in 30 days. So just imagine the first 30 days is we're just taxiing to the start of the runway. I'm just going to produce content. Hey, we're moving. We boarded the flight. We're moving. We'll get there eventually. We'll take off at some point. I'll get a hot towel and an orange juice at some point. But let's just focus on producing content. Now, the point is, you just want to get in the operating rhythm of producing a piece of content, posting it, looking at the data. Forget about the results. Producing another piece of content, putting it up, look at the data. Who cares about the results? Just get in the rhythm of being comfortable being on camera or becoming comfortable creating a piece of content. Become comfortable writing a caption and choosing the hashtags. Just get comfortable. And if you're terrified of what people think, just create a private channel, invite a couple of people you love and trust, make it private, and don't make it public. And if you can't even do that, just film yourself every day for 30 days. Whatever your taxiing down the runway is, just start. Like, that's the point. It's just to get out of procrastination and get into the action. Get out of the data and information and into taking action, because the only way you can learn is through action. Okay, so just don't expect much in 30 days other than like, I'm getting comfortable. Oh shit, we're at the start of the runway. The plane engine's roaring. It's getting loud. Your windshield's painted black. You're like, I don't know where the tree line is. I don't know if we're going to make it. But at some point, you can't gingerly hit that runway. At some point, once you get comfortable, you have to start taking it serious. You go, okay, we can't gingerly hit this runway. It's pedal to the metal, baby. And you want to hit that thing as hard as you can, as consistently as you can. And if you're going hard in the paint, and what I mean by going hard is like, don't just give him a random piece of content that you just thought of that morning. Like, try to give him something really good. The internet's full of great education, great entertainment. Like, try to make something that's worthy of being on Netflix or worthy of being paid for. Like, make it that good and make it that interesting. If you're pushing that hard, you're going to start getting wind under your wings, and it might take another 30 days to get off the runway. 90 days tends to be the amount of time that most algorithms need to get acquainted with your content formats. It tends to be enough time for your community to get comfortable with what your deal is, what your shtick is all about. You need to expect it to take 3 months to even start to get altitude. Because here's the thing, the 747 depletes about 40% of its fuel to 60% of its fuel just to get off the runway and up to altitude. So think about this. Next time you're on a flight, dude, like by the time you're at altitude.
70%?
Yeah, up to 70%. Yeah, so up to 70% of the fuel in the flight could be gone when you're at altitude. So remember, the next time you hit altitude, 70% of the fuel, gone, right? But you can go halfway around the planet on that other 30%. The point is, when you're at scale like you or I am, it becomes a lot easier. It's like, oh, this is almost autopilot. I can hire people to come in and help me do this. I can run my company. This is fucking fun as, like, no, nothing to stress about. It's the beginning that's terrifying. Most of the work for the pilot is in the takeoff and in the landing. So most of your work that you'll ever do in creating social media content is in the first probably 12 months. Like, you got to give it everything. You got to give it enough momentum. And if you're not posting every day or 5 days a week, you're just not going to have enough momentum to ever get off the runway.
So that's such a great vision. And I think, man, when we compare ourselves to others, which is not a good idea, but we do it. And, you know, my friend John Acuff says, don't compare your beginning to somebody else's middle. Because what we see is the person that's getting the views and the shares, and like they're 1 year in, 5 years in, 10 years in. And then we're 2 weeks in and we're like, man, this isn't working. And I really felt the emotions when you were talking about taxiing, because not only do I feel like, man, when are we going to take off? But anyone who's flown has probably been in a situation where something happens. They're like, sorry, guys, we're out here. There's a few other things. Sorry. And like sometimes, it's an extra 30, 45 minutes, an extra hour. And you're like, what's going on? In fact, I've spent a lot of time in Las Vegas. And sometimes you're sitting on the runway and it's 107 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like, sorry, guys. And they're like, like no matter how hard the AC is blowing, you're just getting destroyed. They're like, please keep the windows down. And that's sometimes kind of how it feels at the start of posting content. You're just like, man, when is this thing going to take off? And even the fact that we got to burn so much fuel to even get a little bit of altitude. Well, of course, you get much more tactical in the book. And so we'll encourage listeners to pick that up. And I am actually curious as well. Clearly, you're a student, you're a learner, you're a reader. I'm just curious if there's other business marketing or strategy books that, especially for content creators, if you had a friend that you were like, oh man, you want to start a YouTube channel and you want to get into this creator economy thing and you want to have a personal brand, and these are some of the books that I think would really be helpful from any angle, really. Is there anything that are some of your favorites?
Yeah, some personal favorites that I like. I like the 10X rule. That book means a lot to me, and I think it's a very simple book. But I guess Grant Cardone, who wrote that book, just talks about like you have to think 10 times bigger than you're currently thinking, and you have to think it's going to be 10 times harder than you think it is to get there. It's just coming to the terms with the reality that you're probably not thinking big enough, and you're probably not thinking it's as hard as it actually is going to be. Like taxing down that runway is hard. Posting content every day, and your mom's the only person that comments sucks. And then you go to work, and your friends are making fun of you for making content. It's brutal, but you just have to realize that like the only way to get off the runway is just keep doing it. And like if you look at a Gary Vee or a Hormozi, they're in their private jet at like 80,000 feet going into the stratosphere, sipping on champagne. And you're not seeing the 16 years it took them to get to that point. So like, again, you can't compare your start to someone else's middle. Like that's crazy. But I think, in any case, when you're trying to build something, you've got to realize like it's got to be tough. Another book I like is Zag from a guy named Marty Neumeier. Zag was Steve Jobs' favorite book. And some say it inspired him to create the iPod, but basically that book just says what everyone else is doing, do the opposite. If everyone's doing talking head content, go do something different. If you look at anyone who gets crazy viral traction, it's usually like the market's going this way and they just go, I'm doing the opposite. Everyone's serious about business, I'm going to be nuts about business. Everyone's formal, I'm going to wear a beanie and sneakers. Like whatever the zeitgeist is, try to hit a different direction. Another book, I think, what I'm enjoying at the moment is Buy Back Your Time from Dan Martell. Recently, I had the privilege of meeting him. Just a great way to get unstuck and just figure out, like, we need to take action. We need to start thinking about, like, how do I use time as an investment? Am I using my time wisely? Am I putting it in the right place? The last book I would say that's kind of a hidden gem is The Richest Man in Babylon. A great book about how money works. No matter how many times I read that book, it just hits me different. And it's a really old book. A lot of people don't realize how actually old that book is. But it just teaches you that money has the way of working. And if you can get familiar with how money kind of operates and how to handle it, if you can think bigger, like Grant Cardone, if you can win your time back, like Dan Martell, and if you can do it a little bit differently, like Marty Neumeier, I think that's a great stack of books to get started.
Oh man, that's the level up list for 2025, plus your 90-day brand plan. Dane, I'm super grateful for you. I have one more question, but I want you to shout out anything you're doing, the stuff that people could get, more from you. If they want to go deeper, we'll make sure to list all the resources, the books recommended, Dane's stuff in the show notes. But break it down. How can people connect with you?
Yeah, good question, man. You can just go to danewalker.com or just follow me at Instagram. My company is rivyl.com. But what I'll do, man, for anyone who's listening to this right now, I'll send you a code and you guys can have my online personal branding program for free. I'll give you a code so that your listeners can just get immediate access to that. It's different to the book. I think, if you wanted the 10 in the book with the online course, go ahead. If you just want to do one or the other, whatever. But yeah, it's about a 4-hour program on actually how to build what I'm talking about.
Dang, that's sick. People are going to be pumped. So you're going to be giving away your personal branding course for free. So if you're on the audio or video podcast, we'll make sure that that code is in the show notes, as well as the website link to get to that, as well as all the other resources. Dane, super grateful for you. The final question is, send us off 2025. You're listening to this. What's the mindset you need in this current landscape? You've given us a lot of juicy tips, but if maybe there's a final tip, a perspective shift to crush it this year, especially for those that want to start or grow a profitable YouTube channel, what do you want to leave us with?
Yeah, I think something I've been really sitting with recently, and it's helped me a lot, is thinking wildly creative, but being ruthlessly commercial. And trying to find a way to make the two meet in the middle. Because I think to build a business and to succeed as a personal brand, as a content creator, you have to be wildly creative. And this is what I'm talking about, like engineering emotion, understanding the zeitgeist of what's popular in pop culture right now and leveraging that, trying to stay away from what everyone else is doing and doing something different. Try to be wildly creative, but also be ruthlessly commercial. Like, where is the attention? I want to build a business for startups. Well, why? Because I was a startup and it was hard and it sucked. Well, cool. There's a hole in the market, but is there a market in the hole, right? Like, sell to the rich. They got money for you. You know what I mean? And take that money and then give something else to those that are getting started, right? Like, I chase big branding projects that pay me $250,000 to $500,000. And we do other projects that are smaller than that, but that's the ones I'm chasing. And then I'll take that capital and I'll go write books, or I'll give your program or your community a free online program. Like, you know what I mean? So like, if you can go chase where the money really is, you can go do the other things you're passionate about doing. But I just think, if you want to win, you have to start thinking like an athlete. You have to start thinking like an entrepreneur. And it's like, yep, we can be creative and passionate, but we have to become really commercial, know our numbers, and we have to know how to invest our time and make money with it.
That quote is going to go down in history for the Think Media podcast, because we always live here at this tension of the artist, the creative, but oftentimes the starving artist. And even why our tagline is helping you build a profitable YouTube channel, as I'm always talking about, you need money for the mission. And there's always this tension where sometimes the money and the business acumen and the practicality feels like it, chokes out the creative soul of some. But unfortunately, if all you're trying to do is be an artist and be creative and you run out of cash, then you can't feed yourself, your family, and you can't really scale. And so the tension in the middle, you summed it up for 2025. Think wildly creative, but be ruthlessly commercial. Dane, super grateful for you. Appreciate you taking the time and adding so much value to our community. Want to acknowledge all the value you've put out there in the world, and grateful for all these resources and all your wisdom. Truly grateful and thankful for you to take the time today. And then Think Media Podcast, thank you. As usual, like, share, rate, review. If you're still listening this deep into the podcast, wherever you watch or listen, my name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel. We will connect with you in a future episode.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. For instance, imagine you're a vampire thirsting for a lively hotel. You'll find a Vegas resort near some great nightlife. Perfect. You may be undead, but you're the life of the party. And if the forecast calls for sun, at least there's free cancellation on most stays, so you can wait for the perfect weather. Wow, gorgeous. If a vampire can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Content is not performing the same. The algorithm must have changed. It's like a blanket statement. That's not always true.
I have the privilege of sitting with a YouTube employee today, back on the
Ooh, man. Mm-hmm. Train on last night. Yeah. I put the train on there. Yeah.
You need to whoop this dog ass. He done ate up one of the pillows.
One of the pillows. Let me. What was I looking for? Oh, hold on. One of them new pillows? Hold on. Where's my building? Give me here. No. The pillow in here? It's still going.